decided to share something in relation to it. The old saying that a running man always meets his luck. It's not the man who keeps waiting, it's not the man who keeps explaining, not even the man who keeps planning. The running man. And no, this is not just about speed. It is about movement. It is about refusing to remain frozen while life moves on around you. Because sometimes we misunderstand luck. We think luck is magic. We think luck is something that falls from the sky like rain. But many times, luck is simply opportunity colliding with motion. A farmer who never plants cannot complain about a poor harvest. A fisherman who never casts his net cannot accuse the sea of being unfair. And a dreamer who never begins will forever call successful people fortunate. There's a story about two men in a village during a season of drought. The first man spent every day sitting under a tree, discussing how terrible life had become. He knew every statistic about the drought. He could predict failure before sunrise. He had explanations for everything. The second man also feared the drought, but every morning he picked up his cutlass and walked to his dry farmland. People laughed. "There is no rain," they said. "Why waste your energy?" But every day he cleared weeds, every day he prepared the soil, and every day he showed up. Then one dawn the clouds changed and rain finally came. Here's the interesting part. The rain fell on everybody's land, but only one field was ready. That is how life sometimes works. The job opportunity appears, but only one person appears prepared for it. The breakthrough comes, but only one person kept moving. The doors open, but only one person had the courage to keep moving despite discouragement. A running man always meets his luck. So today, don't stop because things are slow. Don't stop because people doubt you. And don't stop because the results are not immediate. Keep learning. Keep showing up. Keep making the calls. Keep applying. Keep trying. And keep building. Because many people may call it luck only because they never saw the years of movement behind the success. And perhaps this morning, somebody listening will feel tired. Tired of trying, tired of hoping, tired of running. But remember this, even the sunrise has to travel through darkness before it appears. And so, rise today with courage, move with purpose, and take one more step. Because somewhere ahead of motion, your luck may already be waiting for you. Good morning, and we'll take the 6 a.m. news as well as the business news, after which we're back with a bit more for you here on the 3FM Sunrise.
At 6 a.m. and it's now time for the morning news on 3FM 92.7. We're live on all our affiliate networks across the country and on Kesmi 107.1 FM and all our social media platforms at 3FM 92.7. My name is Christabel Success Treve. Coming up this morning, more than 1,000 doctors at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital have withdrawn outpatient department services, leaving many patients stranded. Also, Minister for Health Kwabena Mintah says Ghanaians determined to reduce its dependence on foreign aid, insisting that future partnerships must come with no strings attached. And much later, Parliament is expected to resume sitting on Thursday, May 21st, to consider major government business, including the 2026 mid-year budget review and possible passage of the anti-LGBTQ bill. We've got details of these and a whole lot more. Please stay with us. Now the details. More than 1,000 doctors at the Kolebut Teaching Hospital have withdrawn outpatient department services, leaving many patients stranded. The doctors say the decision follows their inability to access medical laboratories within the hospital, a situation they describe as a direct threat to their ability to provide quality healthcare. Meanwhile, medical laboratory scientists have completely rejected the claims being peddled by the doctors. Our Labour Affairs correspondent Daniel Opoku reports.
Yes, unresolved tensions have existed between medical doctors and laboratory scientists over who should manage the laboratories. Historically, since the 1970s, laboratories have been under the supervision of medical doctors. However, this arrangement has increasingly been challenged by laboratory scientists, leading to long-standing disagreements between the two groups. Attempts to resolve the impasse, including efforts by the former Health Minister Kwekwa Jimamenu, have been unsuccessful. The issue has resurfaced, with laboratory scientists insisting they are professionally trained to manage the laboratories, while doctors maintain that they have traditionally overseen these operations. The standoff has now compelled doctors at Kolebut Teaching Hospital to suspend OPD services until their concerns are addressed. Chairman of the doctors, Dr. Kwekwa Asarofe, expressed concern that doctors have been denied access to the laboratories.
This problem has been back and forth, several committees working on it from the ministry to everywhere, and it's not being resolved. Somebody must take the decision that no, allow doctors and everybody who is working in the lab to come and work. You can't say, I will not allow.
Minister for Health Kwabena Mintah says Ghana is determined to reduce its dependence on foreign aid, insisting that future partnerships must come with no strings attached. He made these remarks while clarifying Ghana's position on the rejection of the United States health deal.
We believe in Ghana that African nations, African countries must take their own destiny into their own hands. We should be able to expand or invest in the health sector. Is very critical. It does not necessarily mean that we don't need partnership. Health sovereignty does not mean isolation, but we need isolation, purposeful partnership, and then we need that partnership without strings attached. Ghana is willing and ready to invest domestically in where we need or where it's needed most. Last year, for example, our budget for the vaccine stood around $24 million. We had the money to invest in it. This year, our budget is around $49 million. We are investing in it because
that was Minister for Health Kwabena Mintah. Parliament is expected to resume sitting on Thursday, May 21st, to consider major government businesses, including the 2026 mid-year budget review and possible passage of the anti-LGBTQ bill. At an event to celebrate workers and Ghana's culture ahead of the resumption, Speaker Bagbin is urging Ghanaians to embrace their heritage. Christian Yale reports.
The Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill has regained much attention after a public hearing was held to gather stakeholder input. Speaker Bagbin, as well as other leading parliamentary figures, have at different occasions signaled their readiness to pass it when the House resumes. But apart from that, other critical issues like the mid-year budget review, which will be presented by the finance minister, would be at the center stage of the next meeting of Parliament. As well, there are other bills like the interstate succession bill, which is to be expected, as well as the Conduct of Public Officers Bill, which has been one of a bone of contention of debate among many public experts. But again, you also have the Economic and Organized Crime Office Amendment Bill to be expected, as well as the Tribunals Bill, and a host of other legislative instruments and agreements that the House would consider once it resumes come 21st May 2026. Before all of this would come to play, we have seen the majority as well as the minority caucuses busy at play looking at the 2025 financial statement released by the Bank of Ghana with the losses and the figures of key concern to all those who have contributed on that matter.
You just heard there Christian Yali in that report. Now, we'll go back to our first story because there's an update on it. We mentioned that more than 1,000 doctors at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital have withdrawn their OPD services. Now, the update is that the Kolebu Association is formally notifying management and the public of suspension of the strike action commenced this morning. Now, the decision follows a meeting held this morning, which was yesterday, and the assurances given by management to ensure laboratory physicians return to their place of work. They say they believe the peaceful existence of the laboratory physicians and medical laboratory scientists at the central laboratory is best for quality healthcare delivery. And by their letter, they entreat all CODA members to resume outpatient services beginning today. That's the update coming through. Away from that, Ghana's rise to 39th position on the Global Press Freedom Index is being hailed as progress, but the industry remains under strain from ethical breaches driven by misinformation and disinformation. Persons in hard-to-reach areas and still not on the National Health Insurance Scheme are expected to receive support as the authority has waived fees for registration and renewal of cards for the next month. The initiative, according to the National Health Insurance Authority, is to allow more persons gain access to health care as part of government's agenda of reaching out to all persons in the country.
For many Guineans, falling sick does not just come with pain, it comes with cost. And too often, the cost forces difficult choices between health and finances. But that may be about to change. The National Health Insurance Authority has launched what it calls the STORM Initiative, a nationwide campaign to take NHIS service directly to the people. Dr. Victor Bampoado is the Chief Executive Officer of the National Health Insurance Authority.
The cards is not supposed to be a barrier. It's supposed to be something that grants you access. But we have other initiatives in the country that are making sure that everybody has a Ghana card. The NHIS card is actually even relatively easier to get. So if you don't have any of those cards, then the first step is try to get something both as an identifier so you can use the free primary health care. But if you get the NHIS card or if you get the Ghana card, then what you're doing is that now you are accessing the free primary health care, you are accessing the scheme, and you're also able to potentially access the Ghana Medical Trust Fund. What we don't want to do is to make perfect the enemy of the good.
Under the initiative, NHIS staff will move beyond offices and into communities, markets, churches, mosques, lorry stations and workplaces to register and renew members on the spot.
That is how we wrap up the morning news here on 3FM 92.7. For more details, please check out our website, 3news.com. My name is Christabel. Success Trevor. Business is up next.
92.7 Urban Lifestyle Radio Station.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the business news on Sunrise. Coming up this morning, University of Professional Studies Accra, Dean slams Bank of Ghana's growing deficits as systemic failure, despite leadership's picture of hope.
The challenge we have is the fact that we are looking at the causes. That is important. Why are we in the situation where we find ourselves?
Meanwhile, finance and tax analyst defends Bank of Ghana's performance amid financial losses in 2025, arguing central bank achieved its price stability mandates.
At the end of 2025, the core mandate of the central bank has been achieved. But of course, we can't achieve this significant improvement in the fundamentals of the economy without incurring cost.
Plus, World Bank projects global commodity prices to rise 16% in 2026 since 2022, presenting a double-edged sword for Ghana. We've got all the details for you shortly. Stay with us. Dean of the Faculty of Accounting and Finance at the University of Professional Studies Accra, UPSA, Professor Isaac Boedi, has raised a red flag over the Bank of Ghana's financial health, characterizing its current state as a result of systemic failure rather than external shocks, while acknowledging on business focus that central banks globally, including those in Europe, have historically recorded losses. Professor Boedi emphasized that the specific circumstances surrounding Ghana's Apex Bank are deeply concerning.
Early confusion over financial disclosure is not a minor issue and a leading indicator of a possible governance issue down the lane. So we don't take those issues lightly. There's a debate about profitability and credibility. If you give me two words here, I will go in for credibility. There's nothing wrong for central bank to make a loss. It's happened before. Europe, Central Europe, and other banks. So It's not news. But the challenge we have is the fact that we are looking at the causes. That is important. Why are we in the situation where we find ourselves? For the report we have gone through reviews three issues. However, directors will want the picture they want to paint, a picture of hope, a picture that things will get better. That's fine. But have a proper analysis of the report. It reviews systematic failures. It reviews a deteriorating balance sheet. And I see more a policy-induced losses.
That was Dean of the Faculty of Accounting and Finance at UPSA, Professor Isaac Boedi. Meanwhile, finance and tax analyst Nelson Kujo Kwabeji has stepped forward to offer a nuanced perspective on the Bank of Ghana's recent financial performance, arguing that a central bank's success should be measured by its legal mandate rather than its balance sheets alone. Speaking on business focus, Mr. Kwabeji posed critical questions regarding the Apex Bank's effectiveness at the close of 2025. He emphasized that the primary objective of any central bank is to maintain price stability and ensure the smooth transition of policy rates into the broader markets.
We cannot assess the performance of a central bank from its balance sheet, but rather we must assess the performance of a central bank based on the mandate that is given by law. How did we move from a fragile, weak economy to an economy that is stable, that is ready to take off for growth, and that is inspiring confidence in terms of consumer confidence, in terms of business confidence, and even in terms of investor confidence? What did the Bank of Ghana do? Number one, Bank of Ghana maintained a tight monetary policy stand throughout 2025. And so the policy rate was taken from 28%, and we ended the year by 18%. So there was a direct transmission of policy rate into market rate. We also saw the strengthening of the banking sector. The banking sector became more liquid. The strengthening of the buffers as a result of the gold export and all that, which tells you that at the end of 2025, the core mandate of the central bank has been achieved. But of course, we can't achieve this significant, improvement in the fundamentals of the economy without incurring cost. But it is to the benefit of the general economy.
Finance and tax analyst Nelson Kujo Kwabeji speaking there. The chairman of the National Development Planning Commission and DPC, Dr. Nimoy Thompson, has signaled a fundamental shift in the nation's policy-making framework, calling for a reorientation of monetary policy to place employment at its core. Speaking on the urgent need for enhanced developmental data, Dr. Thompson revealed that Ghana currently faces a serious deficit in analytical capacity regarding labor issues.
As a nation, we have serious deficits in analytical capacity in certain key areas, especially when it comes to labor issues. So the commission, we are training a group of 14 or 15 different people, including a representative from the Bank of Ghana, from the Ministry of Finance, from 6 metros, labor ministry and so forth. We are training them in labor economics for us to gain a policy relevant perspective on understanding of labor issues, which we currently have, but to a very, very limited in scope. So we're actually working with the ILO in Italy to train this core of people that we will then put into the system, so that when it comes to making policy, and this is where the issue of reorienting monetary policy comes in. This is the technical part. After that, we now shift to the policy part, where we want policymakers to think about nothing but employment, employment, employment.
A new report from the World Bank warns that global commodity prices are projected to rise by 16% in 2026, marking the first annual increase in 4 years. The surge is driven primarily by the conflict in the Middle East, which has severely disrupted energy, fertilizer, and metal supply chains. There's more in the following 3 Business News Desk reports.
The baseline outlook hinges on continued disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz. Energy prices are expected to jump 24%, while fertilizers could soar by 31%. Brent crude, which averaged $64 in late 2025, skyrocketed to $118 per barrel in March 2026, the largest monthly increase on record, before stabilizing near $86 following a tentative April ceasefire. It is now around $114.69 per barrel. While energy dominates headlines, industrial and precious metals are also peaking. Precious metals are projected to surge 42% to record annual highs due to safe haven demand. Industrial metals are expected to rise 17%, led by a 22% jump in aluminium prices as regional production is squeezed. In a rare piece of relief, the agriculture index is projected to fall by 6%, while food prices remain under pressure from high transport and fertilizer costs. A 30% crash in beverage prices, cocoa and coffee is expected to offset those gains as previous supply crunches ease. The World Bank has downgraded growth forecasts for emerging markets from 4% to 3.6%, while inflation projections have been hiked to 5.1%. Experts warn that if oil remains above $100, an additional 45 million people could face acute food insecurity globally. As an exporter of gold and oil, but a heavy importer of refined fuel and fertilizers, Ghana will experience both windfall revenues and significant cost of living pressures.
Let's take a look at how the cedi is faring against major trading currencies and how some of key commodities are also faring on the global market.
On the interbank foreign exchange markets, the dollar is selling at 11 cedis 23 pesos. It's gained 4 pesos. The British pound is selling at 15 cedis 18 pesos. It lost 2 pesos. The euro is selling at 13 cedis 12 pesos. It also lost 1 peso. However, be guided that these figures could be higher at a forex bureau near you. On the global commodities market, Brent crude is trading at $106.07 per barrel. Gold is trading at $4,513.56 per ounce, down by $3,100.65. Cocoa is trading at $3,883 per ton, up by $287.
That'll be all for business news on Sunrise. For more business stories, please check out our website 3news.com. My name is Christabel Success Treve. Sunrise continues. Stay tuned.
Sunrise on 3FM, the best in the morning.
A big thank you to Christabel Success Treve for helping us with the 6 a.m. news as well as the business news here on 3FM 92.7. It's time for us to get you a bit more into great music, great conversations, and a truckload of goodies all lined up for you today here on the show from now till 10 a.m. We're running, myself, Sixtus, Ullo, as well as Johnny Hughes. We're here keeping you abreast with all of the development all throughout the day for you today. A special guest in the studio a lot later this morning as well. Dr. Hannah Louisa Bisiu Kote is administrator of the Minerals Development Fund. We'll touch base with her and get you details of it. We'll do a weather quickly, and for a lot of us, we would have realized we're in the short nights, longer days, because even before it was 5:40, the sky was lit and the sun was already popping up in some areas as well. DJ Phil says, look, by 5:30 he could see the sun from where he was at, and so it presupposes we're in the longer days and then the shorter nights as well. In terms of what the outlook is supposed to look like, early mist or fog patches expected to form over the forest and mountainous areas. Be on the lookout on the pages of the Ghana Meteorological Agency. That's where we'll get you details of the weather all throughout the morning. Now though, 6:25, I leave you in the able hands of DJ Phil as he serenades us with some great music. Then we return with the newspapers for you and a bit more. This is a 3FM Sunrise. I am Mawuena Egbeta. Production by Fredo Kunzo Tiani, Sixtus Ullo in and around the corners, Edith, and the rest of the hands on social media as well. From now till 10 a.m. Let's get into some great music right now.
Are you ready? Are you
have a quick conversation this morning about fires and how you can stay safe as part of our public service education here on the 3FM Sunrise. ADO1 Alex Kinati is joining me in studio this morning. Briefs about fires and what is an interesting development in Accra, be attacked in different parts of the country as well, particularly in the capital region. Chief, it's good to see you. Good morning.
Charlie, thanks so much. Thanks for having me, bro.
You've been away for some time.
A much-deserved rest.
A much-deserved rest, but you can say that you're back and back fully now.
Back fully energized.
Absolutely. Fantastic to have you. And very early in our studios as well. You're pretty much the first segment for today as well. And so it's good to have you in studio. We're talking fires and safety as well for our people in the country. What is the status report in terms of fires in the capital as we speak? I know it happens very often as well.
So, averagely, we could record as much as 20 fires in Accra and Tema alone in a day.
20?
Yes. Sometimes it's even more than 20 in a day. You know, and especially at dawn, we record a lot of fires because at dawn is when probably if there's a danger or a hazard starting, people might not be aware, you know, or see it at the incipient stages to be able to deal with it. So by the time they deal with it, it's fully blown. Even as yesterday, I think around 10, there was a domestic fire at Hachu, around the Papaye. So the fire is there. If it's done, there was a serious fire at Tema Steel Company. I'm yet to receive more briefing on it. So fires, unfortunately, would always be with us. The goal for we as a service is to reduce the speed of these fires and ensure that human lives are saved in the process.
The rains are coming more. The expectation, according to the Ghana Meteorological Agency, is that we'll have very high volumes of rain this year. Does that help in terms of your work, fire service? Because when the dry season is upon us, then there is a fear that any little spark could result in fires. Do you see a tendency of less and less fires when the rainy season comes upon us?
You'd be surprised to know that even during the rainy season, we record more fires. Even during the rainy season, we record more fires, more electrical fires. Rains come with electrical fires.
Right.
And so fires don't have a season per se. Fires have its mind of its own. So we record a lot. Whenever it's raining, we gear up and prepare our minds for fires. And so as a service, with this information coming in from the meteorological department, our various stations are on standby and alert for emergencies. Again, we are strengthening our collaboration with ECG because when there's rains like these, it comes with electrical fires, and these electrical fires would require ECG coming in to help us cut power supply to some areas in order to be able to fight these fires. And so we don't have a season for fires, but as a service, we are always prepared all season.
But outside of fires as well, the rainy season means a bit more for you because you go beyond fires and you engage in a lot of rescue operations as well. In terms of preparedness for that, what's the collaboration like with other state security agencies, NADMO in particular, who also come up handy during instances like that?
Okay, so NADMO in itself do not carry out rescues. They're supposed to be a coordinating agency to be able to provide logistical support when needed. And so we have a good relationship with NADMO as a service. But as a service, our core mandate has to do with rescue. So you realize that even at the unfortunate incident that happened at Accra Newtown, we played
a very key role.
Yes, yeah. Our officers were the ones who, if you watch the videos, our officers were the ones carrying some of these victims into the ambulance, going in and all. So we, as a service, we've always been prepared. Logistics, I must admit, has always been a challenge for us. His Excellency has promised to resource us, which we are very hopeful. I can say that in line with resourcing, by the president. They've already started by donating some pickups to us. These pickups have been tending to rescue appliances situated at vantage points, including Konongo, Amasaman, accident-prone areas, so that these appliances are able to get to the scenes during accidents and extricate.
Meaning what? You're turning them into, I don't want to call them ambulances because they are not, but emergency service to lift persons to the hospital.
No. So, when accidents happen, our core mandate is extrication. Extrication involves being able to, especially when there's an accident, the dashboard is crashing a person, the
mangled vehicles,
and people are trapped in there. We come in with our specialized equipment to be able to open up the mangled vehicle, create space, and safely bring people out and hand them over to the ambulance service.
Right. So the pickups will have these equipment which you rush there with.
Exactly.
And then be able to.
And then they go and then use. So whenever there's an accident, instead of moving the big fire tender, we go with a pickup. And then at least it's able to meander through traffic. It's equipped with the cutting tools, the spreaders, to be able to cut, spread, and be able to create space. So when there's accidents, you realize people would always want to rush in to rescue people. The person might be seriously trapped, but pulling
might result in extra injuries,
more harm than good. So when you call on us, we come, extricate, spread, and then we're able to safely bring out these people, being very mindful. There are things that people do not know. Probably during the incident at Accra Newtown and other accidents, we tell people that, look, when you bring these people out, don't give them water. Giving them water can even lead to their death. So there are things that as Ghanaians, we love ourselves. So when it happens, the person is dying and says, give me water. Then everybody's rushing to get them water. They'd rather kill the person. So these are things that people might think they're helping. If you are bringing a person out, pulling, you might end up destroying the person's spine. Depriving the person of the chance to live. And so as a service, we always implore on our education that people would adhere and then allow us to work. Because someone will be like, so if you are far away, what should we do? What you can do is that you can help engage the person in a conversation to keep the person's mental faculty working. And it gives the person a chance at life. Once you are talking to the person, how are you? What's your name? How many children do you have? What do you miss? What do you love about your children? It gives the person a
reason to live.
Exactly. And then if there's enough space for you to help bring the person out safely before we arrive, cool. But other than that, ideally, try engaging the person, and then once we come, we'll make sure that we do our best to be able to bring the person out.
All right. Let's return to fires and what you told us about the rainy season bringing about a lot of electrical related fires. For persons who are listening, what can they do? What precautions should they be taking before we get into that season where the rains will come? Should it require an entire check of their wiring again? That's one part. And then what happens if an electrical fire is starting? What can they do as well to prevent a further escalation?
I like the fact that when you listen to the when conducting interviews, you've learned a lot about rewiring. That's a very good thing. So for people who are in houses, which are sorry, I'm battling a little bit of cold.
Sure, sorry.
So for people who are in buildings that are over 20, 30 years old, it's important to carry out rewiring of the house. It might be expensive, but it's still a small cost to pay for your safety. When you drive through some principal areas, you see very old houses, and almost every window you see air conditions there. This is not healthy because probably at the time 20 years ago, air conditions, deep freezers were not a thing. The kind of wiring that was done in those houses were not done to be able to accommodate heavy load like the deep freezers or air conditioners. But people now feel air conditioners are a fashion. So without being able to check whether their wiring is strong enough to be able to withstand the pressures of some of these loads, they just go ahead and then carry out some of these things. Again, would advise people to check their earthing system at home. It helps to prevent domestic fires during rain. The earthing system is a good mechanism that prevents electrocution, and then again helps to stabilize voltage. We have what we call lightning arrestor. It's a device.
What people plant on top of their building, which is pointed straight up in the sky.
Exactly, because lighting is a form of energy, and when there's lighting, once there's lightning, it comes with a certain excessive energy. Once you don't have a lighting arrestor, the full energy from the lightning is coming into the house. What do you have to be able
and all that?
Exactly. So what you have to have something to be able to kind of consume or absorb the excess
energy and take it into the ground.
So even the earthing system also helps to take the excess energy into the ground. People can have stabilizers so that when you have good breaker systems at home, so that when rain comes with power fluctuation a lot of times. So when there's power fluctuation, this can be able to help stabilize your energy so that you don't have either excess power or low power coming in, which can end up starting. Once you are home and the lights go off, please turn off your air conditioners. A lot of domestic fires start with air conditioners.
Really?
Yes.
A lot of domestic fires start with air conditioners. Yes. Why is that?
So you see, air conditioning system has to do with electricity. So most of the time we go to fires and then realize that the seat of fire is from the air condition, because these air conditions, as I said, carry a lot of electrical power.
They consume a lot of
exactly. And you don't. I personally have not really seen a lot of air conditioners with breakers or even
inbuilt breakers or what,
or like external breakers.
Right.
And some of these standards cannot really be vetted. So we advise people that once your air condition, the lights goes off, first thing turn off your air conditioning. So that when the lights come back on, then you safely turn it back on. So we advise people again, the doors. I think this is something I've said on a lot of platforms. I don't know if I've said it here. These security doors, they are very beautiful. They are very fashionable. But during emergencies, they can lead to your death. If the security door doesn't have a good standard, it can end up trapping you in a room. When metal is subjected to heat, it expands. Exactly. And you realize with every door frame, there's a gap in there. So during fires, if these electrical doors don't meet a certain standard, once there's excessive heat, it will expand. And so during fires, we've gone to so many fires where our men enter and realize that people are trapped behind the door because the door is locked. I think in Kumasi, where a family of the lady and then her children lost their lives, it was as a result of that.
And it was a security door?
It was a security door. Again, our burglar proofs, it's unfortunate that we have more fear for the thief than we have for the fire. So we have a lot of security door burglar proofs. So during emergencies, the burglar proofs end up trapping us because you're not able to go there. There are a lot of collapsible burglar proofs. You can talk to very good welders to be able to come up with collapsible burglar proofs that you can open and then be able to safely go out in case there's a fire. Again, since you are talking about fires, I'm talking more on the means of escape. In homes, there might be two exits. You realize that one exit, because people are scared of thieves, they turn the other exit into a spare storeroom. So they have all their barrels, all their boxes, everything in there. In case of fire, let's say the main door is curtailed. How do you escape during emergencies? So it becomes important that you make sure that your alternative exits are cleared, so that in case of emergencies, once you go there, you know that it's a route that you can use to be able to escape from fires.
Right. So that's it on fires. Let's talk about bee attacks in the capital as well? Because I'm hearing that's becoming a thing. Lots of persons being attacked by bees. How often do you get reports like that?
A lot. Now I think it's now turning into an almost everyday affair, and not even the capital only. In Cape Coast, in Bono region, we've recorded a lot of bee attacks over there. I think somewhere a few weeks ago, even at the Children's Hospital at Jamestown, a mother and a child were hospitalized after bee attacks. So our officers had to go in to be able to rescue them. And so we as a service, we believe bees are integral to the environment. So we don't kill the bees. We use our foam concentrates to ward them off and to be able to drive them away from where people are, so that we're able to preserve human life. So for people thinking that we kill the bees, no, we don't kill the bees. We need their honey. But then again, we use eco-friendly ways to be able to drive them away. And so we advise people that whenever you see a bee somewhere that makes you uncomfortable, or when you're under attack from the bees, please do not try and run into a water. People sometimes feel like when you fall into water, the bees run out. You're able to escape the bees. No, they'll still linger on top of the water waiting for you. When you're attacked by bees, try and run a straight line. Try and run as much as fast as you can. When the bees chase you, after a while, they get tired. They'll stop.
Run in a straight line?
Yes.
Not zigzag?
No, not zigzag. In a straight line. After a while, they'll get tired. They'll stop. Okay. When you are stung by a bee, when the bees, they sting you, it's there. Just take it out and rinse it. Again, bees are attracted to bright colors and strong perfumes. So if you know a place or wherever you go, you know that it's a bee-prone area, be mindful of the kind of cologne and the kind of dress that you put on. Yeah. So as a service, we are committed, and we again still call for more support. It doesn't have to be only government. Individuals can still support us so that we can be able to better serve them all.
Right. I just want a last one on the bee situation. You've provided details as to how you can escape and all of that. On that sort of emergency service as well, you've mentioned you get calls like that every day. For persons who are listening, I don't know, is there a map of some sort which shows areas where there's a concentration of bees? Because you can dress every day and you're going somewhere and suddenly you turn up and the area is somewhere. I think across the street even, there's a woman who sells porridge.
Okay.
When she's dealing with the sugar, you find a bee hovering around because they like sweet things as well. So that's just by way of a curious question, whether or not there is a map of some sort, or there is an understanding as to areas where persons should be aware of when they are going not to wear such strong cologne and all of that.
I think it has to do with the climate change. They always, when there's a change in environment, they like to be moving around.
Right.
So it's difficult to say that maybe at this particular place, because they could settle anywhere. Anything can draw them, especially maybe a place full of flowers, sweet petals, lovely flowers. The bees can be attracted to places like this. So I guess it's not only, I won't say only with flowers or trees, because even I think a few months ago, opposite around the Opebia bus stop, there will be attacks there, and our officers had to go there and disperse them. So it's difficult to say. They don't think like we humans, but right. I would say that people should always have our emergency numbers handy, and please do call us promptly. Once you call us, the unfortunate thing is that we've always considered that we don't have enough fire stations in places, and I've always bemoaned a big constituency like Dome Kwabinya without a single fire station. From Dome, Taifa, Ashoman Estate, Brekusu, through to Taifa, there's no single
who is supposed to put up a fire station?
The assemblies. The assemblies are supposed to put up the fire stations.
Are they supposed to create a space, or they are supposed to build the entire station?
They're supposed to build the entire station. is supposed to build the entire station. Then we go in with the personnel to man it.
That's the arrangement.
That's what, yes.
And conversations with the assemblies have not yielded any results in that regard, because there are a number of areas. I've heard in previous times mention of East Legon and the fact that they don't have a fire station. There's Dome, there's
the whole of La Paz, Dakoma and Odoko. There's no fire station.
So the municipal assembly there is supposed to find land, build a fire station.
Exactly.
And then you go there with machines and personnel.
And man the area. So for Anya, for instance, the assembly built the station for us. We are there. You know, all the other places, they give us land and they build for us. Fire service doesn't build fire stations. But then when you are building, we are constant. So the MPs can come together with the assemblies. So just as they prioritize the building of our sister services stations, the police stations, it's important they prioritize fire stations also, you know, so that because the police brothers don't build their own stations, as you know. So no security service builds their own station. It has to be the assembly who would then allocate a land for us, build it, and then in consultation with us, we will give them the standard or how it's supposed to be built, so that we're able to serve them better. So if assemblies also prioritize the building of these stations, it will help us be closer to them, because if you have a station within La Paz and there's a fire at La Paz, what will stop us from getting there on time?
So right now, if there's a situation at La Paz, where do you call on a tender to move to move from to La Paz, Dakoma and its environs?
So we either call I think they are currently out of commission. So if there's a fire at La Paz, don't get scared, but it will have to move from STC yard, industrial area.
Wow.
Yes, or circle, which is not an interesting situation. There was a fire somewhere a few weeks ago at Brekusu, I think on the Kwabinya stretch. We had to call an appliance from Amasaman and Medina.
Amasaman?
Yes.
I know the fire station at Amasaman.
Exactly.
I
you know, and the assembly there, I don't know if it's the MP or the assembly, they did very well. Their plans was out of commission for a long while. They came together and then they fixed it. They helped us fix it. At Obuasi, for instance, the people themselves realized the fire tender was out of commission for a long while. They know it's there to serve them. They came together, put money together, and then they fixed it.
Just by way of clarity, does the fixing as well fall within the remit of that's within the remit of the fire service, but because of challenges with finance?
Yes,
that's why
finance. Yes, so it falls within our remit. Obviously, we get the money from the government. So as and when resources are available, and mind you, these fire tenders are quite old, so the parts are not on the market that you can buy. Some of these parts have to be imported, and so they are not on the market. It's difficult to get them, so they are very expensive. So the service, per our limited budget, might not be able to do everything, or even making requests from the government, you know, through the bureaucracy and all, might take a while. So if people can come together, seeing the need to have a functional fire tender, comes together that, oh, what can we do to help? Maybe it has to do with some people. Someone might even have someone outside there who can be able to provide some parts. It could be the injectors, it could be the control board. Someone can easily just help bring it in, and then it's there to serve them. You know, so we would implore people that beyond government, individuals should also try get involved, because at the end of the day, the tender will not be parked in my house. It is parked at the station to be able to serve the community in which it finds itself.
Absolutely. Alex, I appreciate you coming in the studio for us this morning. And so this, the emergency numbers this morning for all of our listeners and persons watching on YouTube as well, where they can directly reach the fire service, because more often than not, they call the police, then the police will be the ones calling you. Is it 191?
No, so the police is 191.
Right.
We are 192.
Fire service is 192.
Exactly, 192. But then we have other landlines that you can call on. So one that readily comes to mind, I think yesterday, a journalist from one of your media houses called me around 10:30 that there's a reported fire somewhere. And then the same line I gave him is the same line I even call. I don't have any special number I call. So that's 0302 772 446. 0302
772 446.
And it's in my mind. So even when he called me, I was sleeping. But off the top of my head, I was able to say it. So please keep. And then I will advise people that know the fire stations closest to you and know their numbers. Because this is the fire master control, where when you call, they will now dispatch the closest fire tender. But if you stay at, let's say, OEB, and the closest station is Adenta. So if you know Adenta's number, you can call them directly. But if you call the control room will now call Adenta to proceed. So it's important to know the station closest to you so that during emergencies, you can call on them directly, because the national emergency line might be busy. Unfortunately, we are still grappling with prank calls.
I was going to ask that question as to prank calls and all of that.
It's reducing a bit, but it's still a big problem for us. So because we have a lot of prank calls with the fire master control, the stations do not record such numbers of prank calls. So once you have the station's number, you can call on them for quick attention.
Right. Ghana National Fire Service Headquarters. It's good to talk to you again.
My pleasure. I'm glad to be here.
I'm sure we'll be getting a bit more in terms of education from time to time on matters relating to fire. But many thanks for passing through the studio for us this morning.
My pleasure.
That's Alex Kinate, ADU1, with the PR unit of the Ghana National Fire Service.
3FM Sunrise.
Sunrise on 3FM.
And you want to know what would really be this fire? Fire will burn you. Then you realize you don't have to play with fire. Fire will burn you. Fire will burn you.
Sunrise on 3FM.
Fire will burn you.
Let's get you into the newspapers right now as the clock ticks 1 minute past 7. The Overseer newspaper, big on the bail this morning. NHI launches free NHI's registration drive. Dr. Victor Asarabampo is the NHI boss. Betty gains momentum in NDC Women's Organizer race. Sarah and Betty Crosby Mensah is pictured here. Nana Oye Bampoado calls for collective action on clean environment. BOG losses justified for stabilizing economy. Joe Jackson. BNI arrests 4 PDS officials in ECG funds probe, according to Felix Kwachio Fusu.
3FM Sunrise.
Every day I'm seeing new and new papers. This one is called the Ghanaian Eyes, going for 5 cities. Goops backs call for increased funding for seed program. Ghana Union of Professional Students. NDC's prudent economic management shields Ghana from global shocks, as according to Asiedun Ketia. Asantehene honors MacDan with commemorative gold medal on the 27th anniversary of his installment. Ghana Youth for Progress praises Kintampo South MP, urges residents to expect more development. The New Republic. Tagline revealing the blurred lines. Former PDS board chair and 3 others arrested as $190 million MCC loss hunts power sector. Julius Deborah mourns fallen firefighters. Energy Ministry rolls 300 transformer replacements. Juma in ICU unable to meet 55 million cedis bail. Interesting development from there. Inside the Iyoko dossier, how Akufo-Addo's in-law allegedly dismantled a state-owned factory and walked away with $100,000 SUV for $900. Oy. You know, there's something about corruption-related matters. When you read it, it hits you like immediately. It hits you like a what?
Tenderable.
Yeah, it gets you like $100,000
for 900.
For 900. Okay, it's in relation to Maxwell Kofi Juma, and the story is by Gifty Boateng. I'll get you details of it. Gifty Boateng has written a lot of stories this morning because there's another story about micro-minority MPP faces new threats as Baumia camp moves against a Japan loyalist in Ashanti. Ghana cannot afford complacency, rethinking national security in a changing West Africa. Also, one of the headline stories on the front page of the New Republic, and that fresh threats for some NPP MPs, according to the paper, is also here in the New Republic. Spider-Man. The Spider newspaper is here. A flower on the edge. Paramount C threatens takeover of revenue point over unpaid royalties. Accountability test. Parliament reopens under cloud of suppressed report. Where is the appointments chaos report? Oh, Spider newspaper. Thank you very much for this question.
Report.
Is it?
The attachment report.
Oh,
read the headline again.
Accountability test. Parliament reopens under cloud of suppressed report. Where is the appointment committee chaos? The report which Bedra, the
vetting committee.
Yes, the vetting committee report. When tables, Mututu tables, no.
Yes.
Mututu tables, no. The report. That's the reports that.
Spider, we have moved on. Why? We don't release reports in this country.
You and who has moved on? We haven't moved on, and that's I believe rests at the doorsteps of the speaker. He made very bold statements. We will punish you. You pay for the cost. Zero. We haven't heard anything again. It's been a year and some months. And even the persons who sat on the committee have lost hope in its being presented or tabled before the House. If our honorable members of Parliament misbehave in such glaring fashion, and all we hear is, Mr. Speaker, we apologize on behalf of this caucus, and we say that it was an act of indiscretion that will not happen again, then it puts everything to bed.
But that's why I say we have moved on. How many reports have you had from Parliament? A lot of investigations happen. In fact, there's misbehavior, there's investigation, some by privileges committee, others by
As for the privileges
ad hoc committees set up by the
there
Speaker.
is no hope.
Till date, from the 8th Parliament into, let's just limit ourselves to the 8th Parliament, to this one.
How many people have been referred to during the 8th Parliament, a number of persons were referred there.
Charlie, I recall when Parliament was, you couldn't, even as a journalist, you couldn't publish anything about Parliament and not stand ready with your lawyers.
Oh, as for journalists, I'm sure it will be biting. Let us make a comment which they deem unsavory and unworthy, and see if we will not be held.
There was someone else right now.
We will not be held before the privileges committee. We will.
So Parliament's problems are self-inflicted. The disrespect, the contempt that people are beginning to harbor against Parliament are wounds that have been inflicted by Parliament itself upon itself. I mean, you can't have an institution that people once revered. You couldn't make any comment at all without you say what Sabi, that thing. But now they will just remove the Sabi and go straight, or they will remove the Mepacho and go straight to attacking and insulting, because that reverence has been, the cloth of reverence has been torn by Parliament itself. I think it's a sad situation. It is. It is. You have members of Parliament jumping on tables and going under tables to squeeze people's property, and breaking the tables and microphones, and they are there shouting at themselves like there were some kindergarten boys and girls. Then there's a whole committee set up. No reports. No report. And the committee sat too. The Beja committee sat.
The minority boycotted it, though. I recall.
Exactly. And the one I mentioned earlier, the Kandapa committee. Kandapa committee, we ended up with 2 reports. One of them they said was unofficial, or it belonged to one side of the house. Politics. The other committee, the other side of the. How will the people respect the institution? It is not about the individual members of Parliament. It is about that institution of Parliament that Mawuena aspires to join. So if...
Are you making claims which you have no basis for?
So going on, if you want to preserve the integrity of Parliament, you want to preserve the reverence attached, associated with, or bestowed upon Parliament as an institution. If we want Parliament to still have that force that it had, 5 parliaments ago, then we should be able to deal with certain things. And all of this started with the election of Speaker Bagbin. That thing that happened in the House.
The military
invasion of Parliament. The infamous attack on Parliament by the military, orchestrated by elements of, you see, I'm even stuck because at that time there was no executive, which was another serious matter. If you have at that time the executive had not been constituted, and so we are even hesitant when we are discussing this matter, because you cannot point to any particular person to say that it was this man or woman who issued the command for the military to invade the House of Parliament. You can't. Under what authority would the person have done that? If it were the interior minister immediate past interior minister at the time, what authority did he stand on? If it were the immediate past defense minister who went on to be reappointed defense minister.
That the military didn't move there by themselves.
No.
Someone gave them.
And the military is an institution of order.
Someone gave them the
Some
order.
politician gave them the order.
On the cusp of the swearing in of the president.
Yes.
For a second term.
Some politician gave them the order. And that is where the problems of parliament started from. At least before then, people were still doing the sabi, in talking about parliament. But after that incident, then the whole house broke down. You followed by appointment committee. We are watching you in your suits, 3 pieces.
Before appointments committee, there was a fight associated with e-levy and all of that. You've forgotten that one.
We won't air the story. We'll just do a chronicle and send it to Parliament. They should play it.
You think they've not seen it?
They have forgotten. I think that every morning, after the speaker has taken the prayers, they should play back some of those tapes so that members will feel embarrassed and be guided.
On that note, let me say a good morning to the sports minister.
My friend.
The Honorable Kofi Idi Adams.
My friend.
We continue to ask, the reset is not just for Black Stars. The reset is for all sporting disciplines in this country. The days of our athletes left to bite dust in terms of preparation, please let it come to an end. Don't take our athletes to events, 2 days to the event, sometimes a day to it.
Do we even ask them whether they are ready?
And leaving them to be complaining, running with jet lag and all of that. As for this, it's a very personal thing.
Even
I don't know any of them.
No, it's not personal. It's national.
I say personal because we've taken the other sporting disciplines for granted for far too long.
No, you see, that's why I was coming to correct you. It's not the other sporting disciplines. The only thing we pay attention to in this country is the Ghana Black Stars. The senior national female team has been suffering. The other unders have been suffering. Which of the teams was it that had to sit in the bus from here to Cote d'Ivoire to go and play a game?
I think it was under 17
yes.
or so.
They sat in bus from Accra
to Cote d'Ivoire.
To Cote d'Ivoire to go and play a match.
Over 6+ hours journey.
Yes, and the match was the following day, I think. So they didn't even have rest. So it is not, if you say football, you have generalized the thing. The only thing we pay attention to in this country is Ghana Black Stars. See how we are all excited about Ghana Black Stars. We all get angry about me. Let me start with me. See how passionately I advocate and speak about the matters concerning the Black Stars. I don't even know who the coach of the Black Queens is, which is terrible. It's terrible. So the concentration is on the Black Stars, much to the detriment of the other sporting disciplines and other football groups.
Yeah.
So, Honorable, there was a change promised. There was a reset promised. The All Africa Games, we all went through the reports here. And we took on the handlers, the organizers.
Printing accreditation for $4 million.
$4 million. We poured through those things. And we lambasted the people.
We're lambasting everybody.
And we all said that there was supposed to be some change. Please, let the change go beyond the Ghana Black Stars.
And please, the excuse or attempts of justification from the ministry is most unfortunate.
There's an attempt to justify?
Yes, there was a statement which was issued yesterday by a very good friend, Tanku Bagbara, who is the PRO for the sports ministry. The reason I say it is most inexcusable is we cannot hide when I say we, I mean the minister. We cannot hide under the shadow of, National Sport Authority, National Athletics Society should have done this, should have done that. There is a need for a wholesale reset. Because the individuals who have been handling those respective organizations and associations have not proven themselves worthy enough.
Starting with the executives of the GFA.
We've had to, I'm not even concentrating on the GFA today, because you see, the explanation which was offered was that, they booked a flight for one of the athletes and he didn't arrive on time, and all communication which was received from the National Sport Authority or the relevant association is what the Sports Ministry followed and did right by them and respectfully. What is the scorecard of those respective institutions under the Sports Ministry in times past? We have had instances where our athletes could not compete because there was a delay in registration on the part of officials from some of these associations. So we cannot come and suddenly competence has fallen from heaven, and so they are able to do all that they are supposed to do without an all-seeing eye from the Sports Ministry. There must be interest. On matters of the Black Stars, we see genuine and legitimate interest from the minister. Same must be for all other sports, inclusive of other teams belonging to the
National
country.
Sports Authority is not under the Sports Ministry.
Yes.
The athletics,
all of them,
they are all under the Sports Ministry. So you cannot say that you only waited for a certain list and did right by the list that was presented. The amount of interest we see the ministry show in the affairs of the Black Stars, we should see the same amount of interest shown. I mean, every single tournament at which the flag of Ghana would be carried, we would have a team of sportsmen and women march round the field in an opening ceremony, carrying the flag of Ghana, probably even wearing the colors of Ghana. We should see a fresh energy, as if we have never participated in such a tournament before. We shouldn't see that energy and interest and control and everything when it is about the Black Stars alone. If it is Olympics we are going for, we should see the Sports Ministry taking a keen interest in, first, training of the athletes. Second, motivation of the athletes.
Go and
third,
their bonuses are not even paid.
what is that word? Resourcing the athletes. Like that in that, I think you cited that example yesterday. The All Africa Games, we saw bicycles breaking down and
complete embarrassment.
I mean, the ministry cannot be involved only when it is about Ghana Black Stars. We cannot excuse that.
Or when it is time for applause. So I remember, was it
the women team or something went and won some tournament?
No,
was
it was a blind.
Yeah, the blind
union. The blind football team or something. They solicited support. That wasn't under this administration, by the way. They solicited support
that
all
wasn't
over.
That wasn't football. That was athletics.
I think it was football. They solicited support all over. They didn't get a lot of the support. I think they went to the then former president, now president.
Yes.
And he gave them, was it $100,000? They won the tournament, and then when they came and they were going to thank him, there was concern as to why are you going to thank a person who is not. Where were you when they needed the support?
No, part of the concern was even that they should have brought the trophy
first. Look,
trophy that you did not contribute anything to.
Disciplines that I know we are very good at. Beach football, right? We have a very good squad that if there is support, attention, we can always win laurels for any African tournament we go for, and even on the world stage. Athletics, we have some of the fastest individuals in this country. Look at the super zonals in the Ashanti region and as well the central region. Fantastic talent. Fantastic talent. Badminton, call it what? Boxing. At the last Olympics, we won bronze. All other sporting disciplines didn't bring us any trophy. And we won bronze there. So it cannot be noise that we make when we say that pay attention to the other sporting disciplines. It cannot be noise. So please.
Wrestling.
I'm wrestling. We won a lot of medals at the just ended tournament from the weekend. So we beg. And when I say we beg, Johnny will say we shouldn't beg. We should demand. But we use we beg within a specific context. Do right by the other disciplines because they bring, in fact, they have brought more honor to this country in the last 40 years that the Black Stars have not been able to win any trophy. Of course, they give us a lot of excitement. But so has there been great heartbreaks. And so we beg of him.
Did you say excitement? What excitement?
No,
when was the last time the Black Stars actually excited you?
I said,
on the field of play. When was the last time? Yet we are pumping money into the Black Stars.
We are looking for millions to carry.
Yet we are pumping money into a coach. We have even renting a hotel for the coach to stay for as long as he lives in the country.
He's sleeping at a hotel.
The Black Queens coach, where does he live, or she?
I would lie to you. I don't know that off the top of my head.
I mean, the other people, they don't even have. I'm sorry. The other people, they don't even have, as in coaches, as coaches. They are personal trainers, right? So a lot of the athletes would have
they would need
personal trainers.
Yeah.
How much interest do we take as a country in the trainers of our athletes? How much interest?
How many trainers do we have for the athletes? That's where you're supposed
that's the start point.
That's where you're supposed to start.
That's the start point.
Listen, I grew up watching Olympics. You know, Olympics is every 4 years. Big tournament, big deal, right? There was a Ghanaian, I can never forget. It will never run out. I will never stop talking about it. Ignatius Gazy.
Oh, the one who never won anything when he was wearing Ghana.
He switched to the Netherlands. Was it the same year?
Same year.
Same year.
Same year.
He won silver.
Same year.
At the Olympics. It cannot be coincidence. So I know what we grew up seeing it.
Our only interest seemed to be who becomes CEO of the Ghana Sports Authority, the National Sports Authority. That seemed to be our only interest in this country. Who becomes, who holds what position seemed to be the only interest we have in this country. The rest of it is left to the determination and the perseverance of the individuals who participate, which is sad, especially when we are talking about athletics. Look, the high school level, inter-colleges, interco, it's still happening,
Sixtus,
right?
I said,
it's still happening.
I say the
How
talent.
much interest has the sports ministry taken in those events? How much interest?
Oh, they will show up.
How much interest?
How
much interest has the National Sports Authority taken in those events? Maybe you have an official at the opening ceremony give a speech, and then after that speech, he goes back to his office, waiting for closing ceremony. He comes to give another speech, and that's it. So, Mawuena, I think we stand together on this matter. We are of the same mind in our demand that the reset that the Honorable Kofi Adda, Sports Minister, is visiting upon the national football male team, the Ghana Black Stars, should be extended to cover all other fields of sports, right from the national level to the lower level, the school level. We should see the same interest. We should see the same interest. The sports ministry, collaboration with the Sports Authority, or directing the Sports Authority, the GFA, athletics, is it committee, or there's a body for that one too. The Ghana Boxing Authority, is it Boxing Authority?
GBA, yeah.
GBA, yeah. No, it's not GBA, it's Ghana Bar Association.
No, there's...
it's Ghana Boxing, it's not Federation.
No.
It's Ghana Boxing Association. You see, this is even part of the embarrassment. If it were Black Stars, we wouldn't be second guessing these. No, it's serious.
Yeah, I understand.
If we're talking about Black Stars, we wouldn't be second guessing the names. We know them.
It's Ghana Boxing Federation.
Yes, Ghana Boxing Federation. There's a whole, and recently they were also fighting over elections.
Yeah.
Yes, that seemed to be the only thing we are interested in this country, positions. But once you get a position, that's it. You go for meetings, draw budgets. I think that as part of this conversation, we should have them in studio. Let's ask them what they've been up to.
You'll be so disappointed.
Let's bring them in.
Let me
No,
finish.
I won't be disappointed.
Let me
They will come
finish.
and give you a litany of lamentations.
Let me finish the headlines. The Daily Graphic is the last one I have. Selection of schools under CSSPS. Students to pick 2 Category A schools. Professor Ernest Kofi Davis is the Director General of the Ghana Education Service. Supports government fights substance abuse in communities. President and treats chiefs. Ministry of Health plans digitalized bed management system. Oh, this one we've been told since so perhaps maybe the paper is reporting something otherwise. Labour Ministry instead signed MOU on youth training. Defilement most prevalent offense against children, as according to a report by the Child Rights International. Ghana Traditional Council announces ban on noise making, and President Mahama cuts out for 24-hour economy market at Asesewa. A market day at Asesewa. A number of us read that.
Yes. And they are now cutting short for a market. What's the headline?
Yeah, President Mahama cuts out for 24-hour market.
Okay, that's an upgrade. Okay.
Economy market at Asesewa.
Okay. I wanted to say that we're reading about a market day at Asesewa when there was no work.
There's been a market. There's been a market.
I take you to the Ghanaian Times newspaper, front page screaming, WAEC paper distribution delays, Education Minister directs review, cautions candidates against malpractices, comes with the picture of the firm, stern, can do it Minister for Education, Haruna Idrisu. Also on the front page, you have rice glut hits Afajato South farmers as 170,000 bags remain unsold.
Right.
Rice glut hits Afajato South farmers. 170 bags remain unsold. I thought buffer stock was to take these off the hands of the farmers. And again, I thought the school feeding program at the district level was to directly source from farmers. Well, we can get into that story. BOG's 2025 losses stabilized economy. Professor Ebo Texan is quoted. And politically polarized environment threatens media. This comes from one voice I respect so much, Professor Kakari. If you are a media person, you would know this name. I haven't heard his voice in a long time. I almost said in 8 years. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard his voice in a long time. On the back page, you have the story carried there. Rice glut hits Afajato South. Why am I struggling with Afajato? South farmers as 170,000 bags remain unsold and over 300 women trained in affiliate marketing. I end with the people's favorite, Ghana's favorite newspaper, Daily Guide newspaper says, Otumfo backs Buankra Inland Port project. Man killed in bloody fight over woman. Something must kill a man. 5 police officers interdicted over misconduct. 4 arrested over PDS ECG scandal. Again, we'll get into this. Comes with the picture of Philip Ayensu. Remember that name? Philip Ayensu. Ex-Gayhawk boss hospitalized. Yet to meet 55 million Ghana Cedi Iyoko bail. But Kofi Jumai's case, I haven't heard party people mass up at Iyoko.
He's been hospitalized.
No, but since the arrest, I think it's been a week or so.
I'm going to do the details of that story from the New Republic because
okay, so then let me just give you this one from page 6 of the Daily Guide newspaper. Then you can add the New Republic rendition of it. Page 6, it says that ex-Gayhawk boss hospitalized, yet to meet 55 million.
Oh, you want to do the details? I want us to go for a quick break.
Okay.
Then when we return, we'll get into the details of all of the papers and some other matters for you. But this is the 3FM Sunrise. We're back after the short break. We're talking about sports and other sporting disciplines. The 2026 Africa Senior Championships of the Athletics Championship is happening in Accra from May 12 to May 17. So the 24th edition of the Africa Senior Athletics Championship is taking place in Accra from the 12th of May to the 17th.
12th of May.
Yeah.
You know today's date?
Today is 5th.
Today is 5th. So that's like next week.
Yeah.
I've never heard about
exactly Tuesday. Next week, Tuesday.
So exactly a week today.
Yeah.
From today.
Yeah.
Where in Accra?
In Accra, I think the Legon Sports Stadium.
You are thinking, that is what the
that's where it's going to happen. No, I knew about it. It just the commercial kind of drew my attention to the fact that this is actually happening here in all of our conversations. So,
but I've not even seen any. How do I put it?
And there's a chance we will win a medal.
Ghana, yeah, Mobododo. So now, when we are talking medals, we don't say medals, we say a medal. No.
So there are billboards and all of others in town. So and even there's a commercial.
Around Legon?
Yes, and there's an ad airing on TV as well, TV3.
I haven't seen those.
Yeah. So some persons may not have seen it, but I mean, I keep saying that
especially around Legon, there should be some there.
No, there's a billboard at Oponglo. There's a billboard at Oponglo. That I need to say on record. There's a billboard at Oponglo, yes. And for me, I am always interested in all matters relating to sports, be it athletics and all of that. So for some very strange reason, I always find out about these things and I'll be looking forward to it. Yeah. So I know that that's happening from May 12th
still in my mind
to 17.
Searching with my mind's eye which part
you may have seen, but perhaps you've not.
Is that the one with the racks all over the thing?
No.
I honestly have not.
There's a big billboard when you are entering Legon towards the stadium.
The electronic one?
No, there's a banner. Let's
proceed.
So there's an African Senior Athletics Championship. Exactly
and there's
next
a chance
week.
we will win a medal.
Yes. Our 4x100 team is one of the best on the continent. I keep saying it. We won silver at the All Africa Games. Now, South Africa is one of the teams to beat on the continent. Nigeria, nowhere to be seen in terms of the 4x100. And even Saminu and the rest of the guys, if it comes to 100 meters, very, very good. Rose Yeboah, high jump. I'll look forward to seeing her.
I enjoyed her performance at the
All Africa Games, right?
Games.
Yeah. She was at the Olympics as well.
It's one of my favorite disciplines. I like the athletics. So I like 100 meters, the relay one, and then the
4x100.
Yes.
Yeah, 4x100 is always exciting.
And then the high jump. This
both
one,
high jump and then long jump as well.
No, long jump. I always feel it's a cheat. The other one, short put.
Yeah.
Yes, that
there's
one.
A javelin.
Javelin too.
Then I there's a discus.
We should bring hunters to come.
There's a long hammer throw.
It is amazing that
there's a pole vault.
It's amazing that we cannot boast of wrestling when we are always telling each other, "I'll beat you, I'll beat you."
We are arm wrestling. We're actually very good.
Arm wrestling. I'm talking about wrestling, proper wrestling.
Javelin, they call it judo or something.
Javelin, we are nowhere. Meanwhile, we are
there's taekwondo
descendants
as well.
of hunters. There is not a single tribe in this country that cannot boast of hunters.
You think javelin throw is in the DNA? It takes training.
Of course.
Training.
But you see, that background is there. But when you are growing up as a son of a hunter, come and sit down. The fire is on you.
No, we have to do the Juma because we said we were going to get into those details.
You think
this one is just small
as a son of a hunter, your father leaves you in the house and by some magical osmosis, the hunting skill enters. No, they train you from childhood, from the age between 5 and 10. You started hunting, shooting, how to shoot the catapult and the bow and arrow and all of those things. Throwing the javelin, the spear. Now it's a javelin. The spear. You start learning all those things. We are warriors and hunters. Meanwhile, we don't perform in these disciplines.
Anyways, the Juma story, and then
so page 6 says that former CEO. Okay, Bill, you read the story.
Oh, let me do the New Republic inside the Iyoko dossier. I'll read that. Let me do this one first. So this story is by Gifty Boati. It reads that the Economic and Organized Crime Office has finally detailed why I arrested Maxwell Kofi Juma, the 75-year-old former managing director of Georg Distilleries and an in-law of ex-President Akufo-Addo. The charges pieced together from investigations, documents, and monitoring by the New Republic paint a picture of systemic asset stripping, unauthorized self-enrichment, and the controversial dismantling of a historic state factory. Juma was arrested on April 28 after a raid on his Kumasi residence. He spent days in the Iyoko cells before being granted a record 55 million cedis bail, conditions he has yet to meet. On Monday, he was admitted to the intensive care unit of Kolebu, a development his spokesman says has further stalled compliance. Now, below are the 7 core allegations. Juma is accused of illegally acquiring a high-end company vehicle originally valued at $100,000 shortly after his tenure ended in January 2025. According to investigation documents, he purchased it for just 4,943 cedis, roughly 5% of its market value, a transaction Iyoko describes as a sweetheart deal executed without proper board or ministerial approval. He also allegedly kept additional luxury vehicles, including an Audi valued at 60,000, which should have been returned to the state. He's under scrutiny for disposing of Georg properties in Tema, said to be worth $70,000. Then the story says perhaps the most brazen allegation is him being accused of authorizing an unauthorized weekly allowance of 40,000 cedis to himself. Then there is more, but I will leave it here so that you can read your story as well.
So the story, ex-Georg boss hospitalized, yet to meet 55 million Ghana cedis Iyoko bill. Now, the former chief executive officer of Georg Distilleries Company Limited, Maxwell Kofi Juma, has been admitted to the intensive care unit at Kolebu Teaching Hospital after being transferred from the custody of the Economic and Organized Crime Office due to serious health issues. The background here is Kofi Juma was apprehended on Tuesday, April 28th, at his residence in Kumasi. On June 29, 2025, the National Security Operatives ransacked Mr. Juma's house and arrested him at his Kumasi residence following investigations into alleged financial misconduct during his time at Georg Distilleries. Now, he faces accusations of unauthorized sales of company assets, including a Genesis G90 sedan valued at 99,000 Ghana cedis, which he allegedly purchased for only 4,943 Ghana cedis, 11 pesos. Hey!
Genesis, oh!
Hey!
You know Genesis.
Additional allegations include the unauthorized sale of Georg properties in Tema worth over $700,000 and the unlawful retention of state-owned luxury vehicles. Wow. Wow. That's really something.
You know, the story I'm reading here says, ironically, Juma was awarded Best Chief Executive Officer by the State Interest and Governance Authority in 2019, the very year he took over Aboso for allegedly transforming Georg.
So that puts the SIGA Awards into question. In some other jurisdiction, this alone is enough to discredit SIGA Awards, and
if it hasn't
to lose for them to lose sponsors. In other jurisdictions, you see the mere fact that a past awardee is picked up on these allegations For now, we are treating them as allegations. Because they are going through a certain system. That alone, in some jurisdictions, SIGA will lose sponsors for the award scheme. The awards will be called into question. In fact, some credible individuals will even return their awards. This happens in other jurisdictions. In our country, it's all politics and business as usual. Somebody will say, the award scheme was organized by his own people. So this may have been a cover-up. Make him appear he's working. Because it was around the same time that those issues started happening. People started bringing documentation from GEHOC itself. From inside, they were leaking information. CEO has done this. CEO has gone to do this. CEO has gone to do that. They've gone to report to police. And these are things. There are police reports on all of these things. How did a person become CEO of the year?
That's strange.
Because you have to also look at the performance of the company in totality. The management style of the person in totality. The performance of the individual in terms of meeting his or her KPIs in totality. So it's not just a one metrics thing. Is the company making profits? That's the totality or losses. The management, is it competently running the place? That's the totality. The person of the manager in dealing with the employees of the state-owned enterprise, in dealing with other state agencies, in dealing I'm sure they have their own metrics. Mawuena.
For this story, I will leave it to the courts. Hardcore evidence, prove it. And let's leave the rest of the conversation out. Because for us, when we read it, it jumps at you. It jumps at you.
It's
but
heavy.
What is all of this if it is not proven in court and the person is found guilty? It becomes just noise. And for a very long time in this country, we've enjoyed making the noise as so, hey, and then that's where it ends. And so let's see how this travels, and then perhaps there will be a bit more in terms of comments from some of us. Otherwise, this is a drop in the ocean in terms of how much has been stolen from us, from governments past.
99,000.
You are still reading the details, eh?
No, it's always been in my head. It was one of the.
He bought it for $900. $900.
So like 4,000 and something.
4,000. Anyway, so the other story before we go to Bill, the other story we should look out for is on page 3 of the Daily Guide newspaper, happening on PDS and ECG deal. That story. It's another thing that our attention should be on, and this is a BNI-led action. It says that 4 people have been arrested over the transfer of funds suspected to belong to ECG to PDS, Power Distribution Service. This is another deal that caused a lot of uproar in this country. So it's a story we'll be watching out for in the coming days. In the meantime, Bill, they said the other sporting disciplines are not getting attention. Have you been listening to Mawuena yesterday and today? Mawuena has been screaming his lungs out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
If only he gave me the same support when I was screaming on Otuado.
Otuado was pumping.
It's okay. Now you have found your mouth. He was pumping.
Nobody is finding their voice.
He says the athletics people don't have support at all. Is that the case?
With the case of the athletics, I think things were just not done right.
Things have not been done right forever. Don't come and say things were not done right.
I'm dealing with
it. You see how critical he is of your words now?
Wait, I'm dealing with it on this recent case. I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about this recent case. because
No, but
because I was
it's
privy
a
to
culmination of all that we should.
That is how
base
things are
on
done.
to- yes.
In relation
of course,
to,
yes,
to-
yes.
To our
Yes, I'm
We must
talking about
evaluate everything. To
Yes.
then say that no, change must happen at within the speed of the athletics.
thing is, the athletes they've mostly not been happy with how they've been treated. Just that before they didn't come out publicly, right? Vexed them so much that they felt that this time they really had to speak publicly. I saw a video before Samino actually came on the internet to say what he said, and these athletes were being interviewed by journalists who were in Botswana right after their race, right after they are qualified. When the microphone got to Samino, he said, "I'm not in the mood to talk." That's when I realized that
There's
trouble. Yeah, there's real trouble coming. I was privy to, some of the things that had gone on before the competition started. So I was especially not hard on Edwin Gadai, for example, during the first race on Saturday, because I knew what had happened. I knew they had booked him late to travel late. He had arrived the night before the competition started, which is not ideal for any athlete at all, because he needs training, he needs rest. He did not get that. So that is why he looked slow. And even with that, they still managed to push to qualify for the 2027 World Athletics Championships. I think, in hindsight, these guys have done so much, right? So much to bring glory to the country that they should be giving more attention that they have been in the past few years, right? They've qualified to 4 consecutive World Athletics Championship. That is more or less a World Cup.
In the midst of all the troubles.
That is a World Cup when it comes to athletics. They've qualified for it 4 consecutive times. 4 consecutive times.
On their own sweat.
4 consecutive times with the struggles that they've gone through. That is significant. And I get why they are angry and they are bringing Black Stars into the matter. Black Stars get a lot of the funding. To be honest, in this country, football has been the main attention.
Not football, Black Stars.
Black Stars.
It's not
Okay,
about.
so it's not even football.
Black Stars under football.
The league
So
is
I'm
in
just saying
shambles.
No. Football. When we talk about attention to sports in this country,
Yes.
we actually mean attention to Black Stars.
Well, Black Stars
All
get
others
the
can
chunk.
do whatever they like.
Yeah, Black Stars get the chunk of everything.
No, it's not a
And
chunk. It is your field, but me, I'm challenging
They
you.
get the chunk.
The
They
chunk.
get
They
everything.
get the chunk.
They get the chunk. The chunk, not exactly everything, but the chunk. Let's just say the chunk.
The entire budget is drawn up for the Black
What's the
Stars.
budget? What's the budget to the national under 20?
We are not aware of that. We don't know of that.
Is there even a budget?
I'm not aware.
What's the
I would have
budget to
ask.
the senior national female team? Football.
The WAFCON hasn't started, so when it gets close, we will know what the budget
Are
will
they
be.
still old
But
bonuses?
are they? Yes. Have
All
they
of
been
that
paid
has
up?
been cleared.
During the AFCON, they did pay bonuses. I don't know if new ones have come out that they've not paid yet. I would have to check on that.
Accustomed with
But
owing them.
There
Their
could be
trainings.
there could be that.
Their trainings, their friendlies,
Yeah,
all those things, are they catered for?
they're friendlies.
I recall one of the.
One of the recent friendlies brought a whole lot of.
I'm just
Yeah,
raising
it
these
brought a lot.
questions still in furtherance of my position
Yeah, it brought
that
a lot
I
out.
don't believe it is the Black Stars get a chunk. I think Black Stars gets it all. There are those who even scream that it is not enough. See, this question of how much the current coach is receiving. I heard the sports minister on another network saying that figure is not true.
Which figure?
The 100,000. Is it dollars or cedis?
Yeah, dollars.
$100,000 that
Carlos
we are-
Queiroz.
Yes,
Yeah.
that it is not true.
If he's saying it's not true, he should show us the contract. He has to just show us the contract to actually say it's really not true. But let's use the words as it is. The Black Stars get the chunk of the focus when it comes to sports here in Ghana, and that part is fair. And I feel that for what we've seen with other disciplines, there should be And the thing with athletics, for example, is they don't even need 5% of what you give to the Black Stars. I think, like, I've had discussions, and even 3% can go a long way to help these athletes.
3% of the total budget of the Black Stars.
Yeah, can go a long way.
They
to
will
help these
settle
athletes.
for it. They
It's
will
not-
be happy with it.
It would boost them significantly. That's what I'm telling you.
Not that it is enough, but that's all they want right now.
Yeah, it's not enough, but it will boost them.
That should tell you how much of an indictment,
How desperate
management.
the situation
No, it's not about
is.
desperate.
That's how desperate
that
the
shows
situation
how
is.
poorly we manage all other sporting disciplines in this country. If they're asking for 3% of the Black Stars budget,
you know,
only 3%, they will be fine.
You know, one thing I was particularly not happy about with regards to this competition was Ghana had the right to select 6 athletes
We went with just 4.
and put them in the system before the competition will start. 5 athletes were named. It's still within their right, but the best available solution is to always select 6.
How many even ended up there?
4.
Yes, that's the bottom line.
So we had
I have
6
to break it
slots.
down for you.
Uh-huh.
So Ghana could have selected 6 athletes. They named 5. One of them told them that he has educational ties, so he cannot go. The other
educational
ties. I mean, he's based in the US. His school provides everything for him. He has to compete for the school. All of that.
Okay.
So
those scholarships.
Yeah, that kind of thing. So he has to prioritize what the school
After all,
wants.
if you come around,
He has to prioritize that, and he did inform GA about it. The other person who did not make it in the end was given a flight ticket about 3 hours before he had to move from a different state to a different state to now board the flight. Like it was
3 hours.
Yeah, like it was given like a very sudden this thing. And I think the flight details, I mean, if you look at it, it was too long. It would literally take 2 days to get to Botswana in the end, with regards to the flight details. So in the end, they had to cancel his flight because he missed. I think he missed the first one. They booked another one. They booked another one.
2 days.
They were delayed.
And when
they were
you
delayed,
fly,
so they had to.
after 2
they had
days,
to
when you
cancel
fly
it in the end.
I think
And
some
then-
of them run without having proper training.
Yes, and then call someone in Ghana as an emergency replacement. Emergency.
Person took a bus from Kumasi to Accra, not a flight.
Yes,
a
he
bus
took a
from
bus.
Kumasi to Accra.
Oh, at some point he got down and took a motor. These are not my words.
Do you understand?
These are not my words.
So, do you understand
Again, these are not my words.
why yesterday I was
Emergency replacement.
Yes.
For a tournament that the person should have had at least 1 year training or preparation.
The
he
thing
was
is-
called up as an emergency.
took a bus.
The thing is,
from
boarded
Accra
a bus
to
from Kumasi to
had to
Accra.
hop onto a motorbike.
I'm sure he got to Ofankor area, saw the traffic and said, no, this traffic, if I joke, I'll miss the
he
flight.
has to take motor
Jesus.
at some point to the airport. I mean, Edwin Gadai's case, if you know that he's going to be a backup replacement in the end, why not fix him in the system already? Book his flight ahead so that he can be there with the team.
You understand? This is why I say
Who is the boss of the National Sports Authority?
Oh, yeah, I'm Franca.
Who is Ghana Athletics what?
Ghana Athletics Association.
Who is
That's
the
Bawa Fuseni, the president.
Bawa Fuseni. Who is the head of the Ghana Boxing Federation?
Boxing Federation.
Do they have a new president
No,
after the guy?
I don't think they have a new president.
There's no new president. I'm just saying good morning to all of them.
This
starting
is
from
why.
the sports minister.
This is why I say that the sports minister or the sports ministry cannot sit and say that, oh, we took instructions from the people and we did what it is that they said we should do, because they have exhibited incompetence since time immemorial. So if you promise different, you don't come and you sit arms akimbo and watch on.
Mawuena, we have to place this straight, squarely, directly at the doorstep of Honorable Kofi Adam, the sports minister.
The
sports minister is in charge. The sports minister has to move beyond the Black Stars and see what is happening in all of the other disciplines.
Finish.
And we know that the sports minister listens to Sunrise. It's one of his favorite shows. at least used to be.
Eh.
So we know that he is hearing us.
Okay.
Honorable, you have to move beyond the Black Stars and see what is happening in the other disciplines.
Thank you very much.
And you'll be sad.
Bela Shen will do sports for us now.
We'll continue with sports.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to Sports here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Bill Ishen. Let's start off with some news from the continent because Ghana is set to discover their opponents for the Africa Cup of Nations 2027 qualifiers when the draw is held on Tuesday, May 19th, 2026, as the Confederation of African Football begins preparations for the road to the next continental showpiece. The Black Stars will be seeking redemption after missing out on a previous edition of the tournament, a race set back in their history and the first time in over 2 decades that they failed to qualify. Now, CAF has confirmed that the qualification series will run from September 2026 to March 2027, setting up a tightly packed schedule heading into the finals. Now, let's do some more because Black Stars forward Fatau Isahaku was officially unveiled as the brand ambassador for Rush Energy Drink, a product of Australian Industrial Company Limited. The following 3 Sports report has the details of the unveiling, which took place on Sunday.
On Sunday, Black Stars forward Fatau Isahaku was unveiled as the new ambassador for Trillium Industrial Company Limited's Rush Energy Drink. Fans and members of Trillium Industrial Company Limited welcomed the forward back to Ghana with a massive reception at the airport. Known for his energy on and off the field, Isahaku expressed his excitement while outlining his goal to promote Rush Energy Drink on the global stage.
Rush Energy Drink is an amazing brand and I'm so happy to have this partnership with them. I can't wait for us to take the brand to the world.
Meanwhile, the business development manager at Trillium Ghana Industrial Company Limited, Prinsela Awumi, explained the decision behind Isahaku's selection as brand ambassador to promote Rush Energy Drink.
We chose to go with him because he's young, he's youth. Rush Energy Drink is all about energy. And when you're talking about energy, you're talking about the youth. We thought of going with somebody who is a good brand ambassador for the youth as well.
Looking beyond the shores of Ghana, head of events and special projects at Trillium Ghana, Kendrick Yehowada, explained the impact they aspire to achieve with Isahaku.
Engaging him basically has to do with, brand equity. We're looking at broadening the shores and the market share of the brand. With him on board, with his energy and performance, you look at Rush and you look at Fatau Isahaku.
Australian Industrial Company Limited continues to break boundaries with Rush Energy Drink. Isahaku's ambassadorial role is seen as pivotal.
Now, Fatau Isahaku has expressed his disappointment following his team's relegation to League One. Despite being one of the standout performers for the Foxes, the winger admits he feels he could have done more.
I feel amazing and actually it's not good because I'm a team player, so it's not feeling good with the position we have, and I just say I feel happy with my performance, but I should have done better.
That was Abdul Fatau Isahaku speaking there. Let's do some women's football. Hazakis Ladies CEO Dr. Evelyn Insiasari has expressed confidence in the team's ability to recover from last season's trophyless run and end the current campaign on a strong note. Now, their final opportunity for silverware comes in the Women's FA Cup final, where they face Army Ladies at Ohene Park in Kukrantumi on Sunday, May 17th, 2026. Now, speaking on Monday after presenting their league silver medal to sponsors Betika, Dr. Nsiasari noted that the final offers the team a chance to avoid back-to-back trophyless seasons.
Because they wanted us to bring the trophy. We were not able, but whatever they promised to give us, they have given it to us. So we thank them. We believe that we are not going to disappoint in the FA Cup. We pray that the preparations that we have done so far, God should be our helper so that we can bring the trophy. At least we cannot go trophyless for the whole season. Last season was very bad. We couldn't even win our zone. But this year we won the zone, but we couldn't lift the main trophy. So we have to be able to win the FA Cup in order to at least bring something for them to see that their support is not going in vain. We thank them and we believe that they will continue to support us.
That was Evelyn Insia Asari speaking there. Let's head to Europe shortly, but before we go into that, let's do some athletics first, because Ghanaian sprinter Edwin Gadayi has voiced frustrations over what he believes is the unequal level of support given to athletics compared to football in Ghana, reigniting debate about how the sporting resources are distributed in the country. Now, speaking candidly in Botswana, the Ghanaian sprinter did not hide his disappointment over what he described as a long-standing imbalance in attention, investment, and backing for athletes outside football.
Very terrible. Yeah, because when we go for a competition, like, we normally bring medals. Yeah, but when it comes to football, like blasters and all those stuffs, like it's something that you cannot talk about.
Yeah.
Even imagine just recent African Cup of Nations, they couldn't qualify.
Yeah.
Just imagine. But when we make it to the world stage, like we normally manage to bring something home, but the support that we needed is not coming like how it went to the football.
That was Edwin Gadayi speaking there. Let's now head into Europe because Nottingham Forest took a huge step towards Premier League survival with a 3-1 win at Chelsea on Monday that dealt a major blow to the Blues' hopes of qualifying for the Champions League. Taiwo Awoniyi marked his 100th Forest appearance with an early opener at the Stamford Bridge, and Igor Jesus' penalty doubled the advantage. Awoniyi struck again after the interval, and Joao Pedro's eye-catching bicycle kick in the closing stages was no consolation for a lackluster Chelsea. Now here's a reaction from Nottingham Forest manager Victor Pereira.
Very happy for our players, a special group, as I said before, very special group. They are ambitious, they are united, resilient, they have fire, and with our supporters today, we came here and we got 3 points more, important for to walk until the end of the season, keeping our lives in our hands. This is the most important.
That's Victor Pereira speaking. Meanwhile, Jeremy Doku's stoppage time strike salvaged Manchester City a 3-3 draw at Everton, but the second half collapse handed the destiny of the Premier League title back to Arsenal. Pep Guardiola is the manager of Manchester City, and here's what he said after the game.
We better win, and we play for that, and it just show what the team they are. No, we tried, and everything. The players who come up, they were aggressive, so we have done it. Well, now it depends on our hands. Before that game was in our hands, in the hands of Arsenal as well, but in our hands now no. So what we have to do is the 4 games, 4 games that we have in the Premier League. So next Brentford, and they will be quite similar because the competitors are good, and we'll see what happens.
Now, still on the title race, Jamie Carragher, a former Liverpool player, believes Arsenal can wrap up the title this weekend if they beat West Ham after Man City dropped points against Everton on Monday.
One away game left. Another positive from a City perspective?
Yes, maybe, but it's a tough game. You talk about that, Thierry felt that could be the toughest game. I mean, that's equally as tough going to Bournemouth away. We've highlighted Bournemouth on this show tonight, in great form. But actually, from an Arsenal point of view, tonight's all about the league, I get that. But I think that tomorrow, can you imagine that stadium tomorrow? The excitement. Yes, they're in a different competition, but the excitement from Arsenal fans, the energy that'll be in that stadium. Get to a Champions League final. The league's in your own hands with how long to go? 2 or 3 weeks to go. But if Arsenal win that game away, next Sunday they've won the league. The league's won. I think that's what it's on. If they beat West Ham, it's on. You beat Burnley, absolutely no problem at home. I think it's on West Ham away. And then, as I said, if Manchester City would have to win maximum points then to take it to the last day. But I think if they win at West Ham away, the league's won.
That was Jamie Carragher speaking. Now, the Champions League semi-final second leg begins today. Mikel Arteta, head coach of Arsenal, says he expects his side to play like beasts against Atletico Madrid as they aim to reach the Champions League final for the first time since 2006. Of course, the first leg between the two teams ended 1-1 at the Wanda Metropolitano.
I can't wait. I mean, I feel the energy in and amongst the team, our supporters. So these are the moments that we want to live together. We had a lot of work as a club, as a team, after 20 years to be in this position again, and we are so hungry to get the game that we want tomorrow and go through to the final.
That was Mikel Arteta speaking. Before we go, let's bring you some basketball news because Julius Randle scored 21 points and Anthony Edwards came off the bench to hit for 18 points as the visiting Minnesota Timberwolves outlasted the San Antonio Spurs on Monday in Game 1 of the team's Western Conference semi-final series. The Game 2 will be contested on Wednesday in San Antonio. Games 3 and 4 will be in Minneapolis on Friday and Sunday respectively. That's it for the sports segment here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Bill Lishen. We'll see you same time tomorrow with more updates from the Champions League and a lot more. But until then, have a great morning.
on the 3FM Sunrise, and this was is still one of a favorite of mine, Abeku. I remember growing up and hearing this song, and the music video in particular stuck with me all throughout. So great music, kind courtesy DJ Phil. So if you're coming to Pram Pram, you belong to First HR Hotel, because we focus on three things: peace, people, and quality. It's a serene escape with legendary service and world-class comfort. We're not just a hotel, we're your home for tranquility. Reach us on 0503 359 598, 0503 359 598, or 0303 989 737. People should as well book First HR Heights, because we don't just provide a room, we provide a reset. Our guests tell us they feel an immediate sense of peace the moment they walk in, a rare kind of assurance that lets the tension just melt away. If you're looking for a sanctuary where the staff genuinely respects your peace and treats you like family, we are your first and only choice. We're located in town, just about 25 minutes drive to Accra Business Center. Reach us, First HR Heights, on 025 606 0665, 025 606 0665, or 025 607 0666, 025 607 0666. And that's where and how you can get in touch with First HR Heights. Now, did you know that Malta Guinness is brewed from real malt barley and sorghum? Well, if you didn't know, I'm telling you it because it is. And the sorghum is grown right here in Ghana. Malta Guinness is not just a soft drink, but a quality refreshment boosted with B vitamins. Charge forward towards your goals with each sip of its nourishing natural goodness. Now selling at a cool 12 cedis. Vim up your daily pursuits with the revitalizing taste of Malta Guinness packed with B vitamins. It's time to make that move. It's time for a cold Malta Guinness. Remember to always look out for the proudly made in Ghana symbol on every bottle or can of Malta Guinness. Malta Guinness, we move. And here's a thing you should know, because choosing made in Ghana Malta Guinness over imported ones from Nigeria means you're protecting local business, you're creating and saving jobs, you're supporting Ghanaian industry, and you're boosting economic growth as well as showing national pride. Because you can contact production source if needed. Malta Guinness made in Ghana by Ghanaians for Ghanaians. Lower sugar breed from for the Ghanaian taste buds as well. It has a taste suitable for Ghanaian taste buds. Comes in a sleek can, that's what we call the Jeje can, or a bottle, and has the proudly made in Ghana symbol on the pack. Has the premium.
Sunrise on 3
And big shouts to Jemima Archivos, who's doing the listening to us live inside Jolu Unimax South Legon campus. Says she's loving the music, kind catchy DJ Phil. We'll get into the big conversations pretty shortly, right? Today there's a Adedemu special by DJ Phil.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, I can all do watch me out, who say hey, into me, or welcome, home I make up for no see me, if we me the same, Kwame a handsome media, Kwame a media 1 plate, 2 plates, if you me the same.
So quite a number of birthdays today. Today I have to make or create special rules.
Media 1 plate, or 2 plates, if you me the same.
But of the many questions we're asking this morning, we continue to ask that pertinent question. Is the Bank of Ghana's 15 billion loss in 2025 justified? It's a big question. We're seeking to answer for you here on the 3FM Sunrise.
Breakfast here, fanya quadro. Every apresso, me lunch ya, fanya quadro.
Then a lot later as well, we will get in touch with Dr. Hannah Louisa Bisu, who is the administrator of the Minerals Development Fund. Join us in studio as well. So the big conversation in the town. This is the 3FM Sunrise 30 past 8.
Media 1 plate, or 2 plates, if you me the same. Media 1 plate, or 2 plates, if you me the same. If you run a bar, me breakfast there, fanya quadro. Every apresso, me lunch ya, fanya quadro. Abiyakasa, misaba, if you me the same.
So let's get into it right now for you this morning here on the 3FM Sunrise. Big conversations, big questions being asked of the central bank. 15.6 billion cedis in losses. The big question is it justified? We'll get into that right now.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise. The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
Nana Anyimedu Bekwin is an economist and a financial analyst. Is joining us via the phone lines this morning as we continue to pour through that report, the 2025 audited report of the central bank, which has brought different opinions. On the political side, the minority is raising questions about solvency. On the majority side, they say this is a cost of the economic gains we've realized. The Bank of Ghana in and of itself says that we are still policy solvent and we can proceed in doing business. What is the perspective of the experts outside of all of this? Let's get that right now from Nana Anyimedu Bekwin, who's joining us via the phone line. So I appreciate you for joining us. I trust that all is well with you.
All is well. How about you? Good morning.
We're also doing well. Thankful to God for the gift of life. I believe you've seen the report. If you haven't, I'll be surprised. But you may have as well read the full details in the news, online portals, and what have you. Would you say the share amount in terms of the losses surprised you? Let me start from there.
What surprised me to begin with, it's not just the sheer amount of the losses, but the sort of controversy that came around how the Bank of Ghana publicized that report. What we were used to traditionally was the central bank publishing it through its own means before every comment or every public comment would be activated. But we realized that this one came through the majority side in Parliament, making some comment on that before the central bank released it. I think that itself was a surprise. But then the figures itself, compared to previous years, one would have thought that the central bank was on a trajectory to recover from the catastrophe of 2023, 2022. And rather, we're seeing a deepening of it because equity, losses, and all of these were worse in previous years. And what we had said is that the Bank of Ghana is going to move away from that trajectory. It would be surprised, that would wake up to find that in rather a reset or in rather a regime where we want to correct the excesses of the past, we are deepening the troubled times that we saw earlier.
For the many who've seen the report, and I've read excerpts of the report as well, what is very clear, particularly from the Bank of Ghana, is that this is the cost of the reduction in inflation, the performance of the cedi, and a host of other significant interventions undertaken to ensure that there was a certain ease and availability of capital to businesses and private individuals to access from the banks. This is the cost that we're seeing, and so
played as though we've achieved the target and it's enough.
What approach, in your estimation, would have been best to avoid a headline loss of the nature that we've seen and still have achieved the results which we've seen?
Let's ask, what has been the trajectory in the past? From 2023, we have realized, by looking at the Bank of Ghana's figures and by observing and monitoring what the Bank of Ghana has been doing this year, that after the situation got worse, at 54% inflation, headline inflation by the beginning of 2023, the Bank of Ghana went aggressive into the open market operations and spent 8 billion cedis in that particular year. The end effect was that by December 2023, the Bank of Ghana had reduced inflation by 30 percentage points. That's from 54% to about 23%, spending an amount in the region of 8 billion cedis plus other toolkits. The Bank of Ghana, through the Monetary Policy Committee, decided that with just giving incentives to banks to hand over their liquidity will give you some slower monetization or slower growth of the M2 or the M1. But the effect is that you would have stagnated the capital market or the credit market because the central bank is attractive enough to attract the bank's money rather than giving it to credit or giving to capital to private individuals or the productive sectors to expand their businesses. And so one would expect that if 8 billion cedis was expended in previous years to achieve a certain amount, why would we go 16 billion cedis to move from 23% to 5% in December? It begs question. And so what did the previous Bank of Ghana regimes or the Monetary Policy Committees do that seemed to be absent in the situation that cost us so much for just even the open market operation? And the situation is such that the Bank of Ghana was nearly rendered policy insolvent had they not liquidated half of our gold reserves to generate an income of about 9.57 billion cedis by the fourth quarter of 2025. The central bank management in previous years, or the previous year, decided that as part, together with the aggressive open market operations, they were also going to attack the cash reserve mechanism of the portfolio of the banks, such that banks that had funds that were quote unquote ideal would not be given excess incentives to bring them to the Central Bank of Ghana, but rather they would be charged on those amounts as a reserve. So that dynamic, I'm talking about dynamic cash reserve policy, cash reserve ratio policy that the central bank was practicing, where if you are lending to, the more you lend, the lower reserve that is expected of you as a bank. And then you will be forced as a bank to either utilize your funds in the credit market or find more productive ways of using your, without it being a cost on the central bank. So the central bank would also attract these monies without paying interest on them. And these tools, we think the central bank should relook at them, because headlining 16.7 billion cedis, 15 billion cedis, 20 billion cedis in open market operations to maintain a very disciplined inflation will rather serve the productive economy of its fluid.
That's how you see it.
That is how it's clear, it's plain. You don't need to reread economics to understand that the incentives we gave to the banks to keep the money at Bank of Ghana so that we will bring inflation to the 8% band, especially when the predictions and projections had already hinted that in 2025, by December, inflation should cool. The price stability would be given at a certain extent. I think we far spent in realizing what was going to happen, or what was supposed to be not a walk in the park per se, but what was supposed to have come in eventual sense.
Let me get on to the other phone line. Senor Jose is an economy and policy analyst as well. Is joining us via the phone lines for a quick conversation in relation to this. Mr. Jose, I appreciate you joining us as well. This open market operation, which saw the bank dole out 16.7 billion cedis in terms of profits to the banks, according to Mr. Anyimedu, is one that we could have looked at differently.
According to who?
Mr. Anyimedu, who is on the phone lines with me as well. He's an economist and a financial expert as well. He believes this could have been done differently. But you are of the opinion this was an investment. An investment in what way?
What did he say could be done differently? And what different did he think? Different policy option did he recommend? I'm sorry, I may have missed that.
Mr. Anyimedu.
Yeah, Marion, I'm listening to you. So, you know, if we were observing or we were monitoring what was happening in the previous regime until the central bank under Governor Asiama reversed the cash reserve, the dynamic cash reserve, yes, and I must agree that it was after a protest by the banks. But I think that the blatant reversal of that policy gives the banks so much cash to freely bring back to the central bank in exchange of incentives or interest, which contributed to the huge cost we spent in the home.
My brother, we inched up our cash reserve ratio and put more pressure on the banks, who have depleted their own assets thanks to the DDEP. You made the banks take that hit, and you come back and hit them this way. I mean, how reasonable can we be? I want to continue to run that policy. You want one set of institutions to just carry the weight for the most part. It's not reasonable. It's not sustainable. If you have an investment in the bank, I think you should be thinking twice. As you remember, a good number of our assets here are SNIT assets sitting in our banks. It's not reasonable. There's only a level of an extent to which you can push that. There are three key ways that you suck up liquidity from a monetary policy perspective. Your cash reserve, you are right, is one. But they had done that already. Where were we? And even under doing that, look at still the level of home operations that were run. It was still necessary. But even during those home operations, were not able to even slow down the growth of reserve money. Did we make progress? Rather, yanked it up to 104.5%. Please, let's be balanced about these things. I mean, it's not politics for me, and I don't think it's politics for him. You're saying, I don't know him, but he's a professor. I don't believe it's politics for him either. But let's just stay focused on the fact. All right, we've been racking up our reserve money, our base money, in the last 24 months prior to 2025. In that same period, we're still running Ullo operations. How effective was it? It helped managing prices, but it didn't help transform and create the depth of stability we required. All this government has done is actually built on the learnings of the past. And that learnings of the past were also built also on mistakes of the past. It's one of the boldest decisions we've ever seen a central bank deliver. And the results are out there for all of us to see. Economic policy outcomes are not commercial outcomes. There's a clear target. We don't just jump and start spending money. Anytime the Bank of Ghana spends money, then it's a policy matter. No. What was it seeking to correct? How did we get here? If we did not end up with a deviation of about 3.1% of GDP in our primary balance, we won't be here. If we had stuck to the exact plan and path to recovery in our arrangement with the IMF, and we're aiming to deliver a 0.5% surplus, we will not be here in 2024. The government failed. The fiscal created pressure. The monetary policy must shift the curve. And that's all that has been done. But it's been done boldly, very boldly. And if you've seen my paper, this is radio, anybody who's seen it, go look at the graph. You don't need to be an economist to see the impact. How attacking growth of reserve money so aggressively has impacted inflation. But that's not the only option that was on the table. Because sucking up liquidity from the market is not only just about running Ullo operations. At the heart of it all, the only thing that the central bank can ever do is to deal with what we call base money. It's the only thing it can do. The rest will be reactionary. All the way to broad money. Let's balance this. The domestic gold purchase program and the gold board, it's a perfection of the monetary policy actions under the gold reserve program, gold for reserve program, was there before. NDC has just perfected it. It's far more costly. That's what has happened. And when you get the gold, what do you do with the gold? You get FX. When you get the FX, you either grow your reserve or you throw it back in the market. But even on the gold, when you throw it back in the market, again, you are sucking up liquidity. You are not increasing money supply of gold because the central bank does not produce the US dollar. No. The only person who can increase money supply of gold or shift money supply of gold is the US Treasury. They deployed all the three options effectively, and the results are there for all of us to see.
The concern
are not just stable. Please, I'm coming. Prices are not just stable. The currency is stable. The currency is stable. We have liquidity, reserve money growth going down significantly, but there's still excess liquidity in the market, which has to be dealt with. When you talk about credit, you are talking about credit to come at what price? What is it that's sustainable for an economy? So you continue to say, hey, let's throw more money at credit, let's create more credit, let's drive up more inflation, and then what will be the interest cost to businesses? If you run a business, you'll be thinking about what you just said. I mean, it wasn't sustainable. We run down the economy, we have to pay the price for fixing it. And if we fix it, the key thing here is that how do we make sure we put in controls so we don't run down the economy again and come into a situation where we have to spend so much?
Fair.
There are clear policy directions that have been realized and have been communicated. The gold board cost in there, which is this gold, the domestic gold purchase.
Yeah, which was a 9.1 billion.
billion.
Yeah.
that is not ideally an expense that should continue to sit on the central bank. The fiscal should be able to control that. We have to spend that thing because we have to deal with smuggling. We are taking out the economic incentives so we deal with smuggling. But there are alternate ways to deal with smuggling. This may be your initial step. That is fine. But that is a matter for the fiscal to manage, not the central bank.
But the concern, Mr.
No, I'm wrapping up, please. I beg you, Mauna. You have that particular part now being put under the gun wrap, which will go back to the fiscal, so they should manage it themselves. So that is fine. If you have a stable currency that's stable, you won't be making FX revaluation provisions. So that 29-point-something billion will be almost out of the window. The question will now be with liquidity. The fiscal part of it, with the Ministry of Finance, must now be economically disciplined. The discipline we saw for last year, are we going to see the same discipline this year? As a minority, as a majority in Parliament, as civil society, as academics, as business persons, we need that level of discipline. Because if we don't, there will have to be reactionary steps taken by the Bank of Ghana to correct things again. We can't continue being in a state of constant correction.
Absolutely.
We have achieved stability. Our conversation now will be economic transformation, economic productivity.
Which is fair.
Productivity that translates into proper employment for our youth. Productivity that translates into real comparative competitiveness of our businesses. Productivity that transforms and opens new supply chains in our economy. That's the kind of conversation we should be having.
Absolutely.
That's what we are having here in this country.
The conversation also which is of importance is the cost to which all of this has come from. And these things you speak of are there for everybody to see. But at the heart of it as well is a gaping hole in terms of the negative equity, which has risen to about 90-something. If I can finish, which is about 90 billion cedis. There is a recapitalization drive which the government has signed an MOU with the BOG for. Which
who owns the BOG?
We the people of Ghana do, but at the heart of this is a need to recapitalize a central bank. And the question is being asked, where is that money going to come from if we continue on the trajectory in which we're on?
A reason why the United States of America can borrow in perpetuity in dollars is because it produces the dollar. You and I cannot do that. Ghana cannot do that. Economics is not like that. It's still a policy solvent entity. Leave them to manage it. Let them correct it. It's going to be a process. It's going to be quiet and gradual, but they will recover because the tools for recovery are sitting in the arms of the central bank, together with the government of Ghana. It's not something if tomorrow morning they want to change, they can't. It's just that it comes at a certain kind of price and certain kind of inflationary reaction, but to be done progressively. That is neither here nor there. The critical thing for the central bank is to deliver the policy goals it is set for. Stabilizing prices, managing the entire financial frame. But in the process, remain being a going concern. Is the central bank a going concern? It is absolutely a going concern. This economy would have crashed if it wasn't a going concern. Nobody will be doing business with Ghana if the central bank is a going concern.
I'll come back to you on how this can continue to hold.
Let's get the conversation properly focused. We have spent 60 billion in 2022. Who caused it? Instead of us being retractionary in our policy making, we're rather being expansionary with our policy making. Instead of the central bank holding the fiscal space of the central government in check, it was rather helping it misbehave. We had to pay the price by that 60 billion provision. We had to continue paying the price by trying to suck up the liquidity that the 60 billion had created prior to the 60 billion itself. Look, we create problems. I won't reward you for creating a problem and say you are fixing it yourself. No. When I give somebody a problem and he fixes it, but you fix it more importantly with a clear plan that we are not going to get back here anytime soon unless something reasonable happens. Because in life, things happen.
Right.
So that's the conversation. Having done this, you've taken a bullet hit on behalf of all of us.
Let me go to Mr. Ayimedu as well.
How are they going to end this thing and make sure we don't come back here?
Absolutely, Mr. Ayimedu, you've heard Mr. Hosi and the cost implications of all of this, saying that look, we need to relook how we are having this conversation because there was a problem which is being fixed and it will take some time to be fixed.
Eric, let me take this. You see, we shouldn't sound as though the problem was not being dealt with before the new Bank of Ghana management regime came in. And we should give plaudit when plaudit has been said. The Bank of Ghana is continuing a certain trajectory of dealing with inflation. Nobody worth his thought as an analyst, would say almost should not be aggressively pursued. It is the extent and cost. And that is what we are saying, that if the extent and cost that we are going to pursue it, if it's going to be beyond policy solvency, then the central bank should bring in other toolkits to support it. Because in the past, same dynamic CRR that I mentioned and that has been touted, was part of the toolkit that was used together with the almost cost of about 8 billion cedis to deal in the past with inflation. We began 2023 or so with 2023 January. I think we began with 54% inflation, which was terrible, we all admit. And that was slowed to about 23% by end of that year. It was these tools or these policy handles that helped in reversing the situation. And these policy handles would also be the same. I don't understand why you would have to spend a double of our almost cost in previous years to attain below, in terms of percentage, because what I was mentioning that earlier on the call, that if we had moved from 54% to about 23%, that's about 30% drop in previous years. It would have cost about 8 billion cedis. And then here we are spending about 17 billion cedis to achieve a 17% drop. Not as though the percentage drop is not important. It is. But we shouldn't shy away from the cost-benefit analysis. And that's what I think almost every analyst I've listened to this, from Professor Bokpin and the others I've listened to, and you yourself have interviewed on this platform. If you listen to them, everybody is paying attention to the cost, because it is not a cost that can be incurred in future. It is not something that can be sustained. We mentioned the gold policy because for the first time, the central bank had to liquidate half of its gold holdings so that it could generate some income to remain policy solvent. Are we having that policy option tomorrow? Are we having that policy option in the future if this is the trajectory we're going? The question Senor was raising us to, we had to do this. Yes, it was being done. If you look at the trajectory of our equity, and you would see that the equity was negative all these years. But indeed, the equity position from 2023, about 65.1 billion, was reduced in 2024 to 61 billion. And one would expect that at least that trajectory should begin to reverse. The fact that the central bank should not be hailed as a profit-making business because its purpose or its reason of incorporation is not for the commercial profit should not also mean that the central bank should be a perpetual loss generation business. The state cannot accommodate that, because today as we speak, the recapitalization is at the expense of the state. And everybody on this call believes that. Everybody on this call knows that we cannot recapitalize the Bank of Ghana by the Bank of Ghana itself. The owners of the Bank of Ghana, the people of Ghana, will have to take a move to recapitalize the bank. And that move will compete with our other use of funds, our other use of the budget. If the budget of today, 2027 is to be drawn, it will have to have a certain portion being focused on the recapitalization of the central bank, because that is the duty of the people of the bank and the people of the country and its government, be the government of Ghana and the Ministry of Finance. So it is true that indeed the central bank will have to continue the trajectory of bringing inflation down.
Absolutely.
Which I mean, we are all hailing them for. But we are thinking that the cost, and look at the cost we're talking about. We're talking about a near 35.4 billion cedis worsening of equity, and that is a real loss on us. Right. We can have rationale for it, but This is a non-crisis year. This is one single year we have allowed the central bank to post 35 billion cedis loss in a rationalization of, well, we fixed inflation.
Right, gentlemen.
We will fix inflation anyway, but the cost should be discussed and the cost should be
fair point. In wrapping up briefly, because I'm a bit out of time, I'll come to you, Senyo, and then I'll come back to you, and you may do on final words. I think around the table there's a general understanding that this was necessary. Ms. Anyimedu, you are raising issues about a look at the cost because it could have been less. But let me hear you, Senor.
And also a look at what other tools could have come in to make the cost.
When you say, okay, so Mawuena will clear a few things. That the government was already doing something about it. The central bank in 2024 was doing something about it. The government, the central government, reversed a good part of those gains. That's why you didn't feel the same value of impact, all right, on the currency side and everything, as you have seen currently. Because instead of the central government achieving a primary surplus of 0.5%, it rather ended up with a deficit of 2.6%. How are you doing something about it? For the first time in quite a while, we've had good unison between the central bank and the central government. That's what we have had. Good harmony between the fiscal side and the monetary policy side. We didn't have that in 2024. So collectively, we were not doing much about it. This time around, they've done something great about it. You talk about cost. How is Ullo cost set? It is the policy rate. So if you have kept rate already elevated, it will hit you. And if you have already, instead, in 2024, of driving down the growth of reserve money, what the central bank rather did was to grow reserve money. For the most part, what do you think it will take for us to bring it down? More cost. So you can't blame somebody else and say cost, as if you can go and decide that, oh, I'm not buying a Rolls Royce, I'm going to buy a Toyota. No, there's only one car. The car is the policy rate. Whatever is there is what is there. So it is the policy action you will take that I'm driving this down. That problem was created. How were we fixing it by rather growing reserve money? I beg you. I mean, economics is not like that. Then another thing that has been said. Please, economics is also not as simple as, hey, it was 54%. I spent 8 billion. I brought it to half. So if you spend the next 8 billion, you should take it to zero. I beg you. It doesn't work like that.
It works like that, senor.
I'm sorry, my brother.
It works like that. It's cost efficient. You would not make excuses for.
Please, let me finish.
Right. Gentlemen, I'm hoping we can wrap up.
Yeah, please. Hold on. Prices are sticking downwards. That's why it is not a one-to-one relationship. That's why some effects
but would you agree that for
the lower you go,
for if you itemize, it's costed more to fight inflation, and that
can you imagine? For a good part of this 54% inflationary rate, our policy rate was actually giving us a real negative return for any given unit investment. But yes, it has been able to move. But at the point, we have to now move policy rate still at what? A real positive return for us to still be able to drive down reserve money.
Right.
Please. I beg you.
So Senor, just one question in wrapping up.
Accounting.
Right. You believe Senor, you believe Ms. Anyimedu, I'll come to you and then we'll wrap up.
Economics that rather should even influence us to be more cost effective. If we're spending 16 billion alone at the Bank of Ghana,
it is not accounting.
It's an expense on the market. It's an expense on the bank. An expense on the government.
I will come
used in many other sectors.
Let me get a bit of clarity, just briefly. Senor, just one word from you as we wrap up the conversation. You believe the conversations about recapitalization as well is premature and not necessary at this point in time?
The most important thing for every country is for you to be a going concern.
And they are a going concern in that instance.
They are a going concern.
Right.
they are a going concern. As an entity, beyond a certain point, you may not be able to take some hits. Then the other bit I forgot to even touch base on. That is what we depleted half of our gold reserves. It's ridiculous.
No, it wasn't half. I think that we both know.
It doesn't even matter whether it is 2 or it is 3 or it is 1.
Right.
You are managing assets. These are all policy options in your hand. You decide to grow it, and then you cash in on it to manage the exposure you are creating.
Right.
That's strategy.
Thank you, Senor. I appreciate you. I have to wrap up the conversation.
Hold on, the reserve sits there. When you put the gold reserves, what does it do? The relevance of the gold reserves is it's booking your gross and your net reserve.
Well, it became FX. It became for FX. It became FX, and so we didn't lose. We lose the entire value as well. But Ms. Anyimedo, I'll come to you in wrapping up. Thank you. That's Senor Hosi, who's an economy and policy analyst, joining us this morning on the phone. Ms. Anyimedo, you have the final word for me on this, just Eric, going forward, briefly.
I think that this is a development that we shouldn't have analysts and economists or people minded to laud the government of the Ghana or the Bank of Ghana actually on this. It's a trajectory that if we keep doing, we'll come to a point where when the real catastrophe happens, these analysts will not find their face. We should reverse it. When we are drawing examples from Chile and the rest who have kept a supposed negative equity on their central bank's books, it's because they were in a regime. They are not fighting domestic situations like inflation. They are fighting huge dollarization problems. But we are fighting inflation, and we want to collapse the Bank of Ghana to fight inflation. It's ununderstandable. You cannot take this. And let's accept this, that this conversation is welcome. And I like how today civil society and academia and even politicians are coming to the table to discuss this matter, looking at the cost-benefit analysis of this whole piece of homo.
Right.
I think it's a step in the right direction. We shouldn't be just dismissing it and say, oh well, it's a going concern. There's nothing like going concern for an economic unit. The Bank of Ghana is an economic body. Its soundness is as much important as its purposes. Thank you.
Thank you as well for speaking to us. That's Nana Imedu Beko, is an economist and financial analyst as well, joining us on the telephone line. Before that was Senor Hosi as well, joining us on what is an interesting conversation in relation to the BOG and its financials. I'll go for this quick break. When we return, we have a special guest in studio, and we'll get into all of the conversations here for you on the 3FM Sunrise. Stay with us.
Ghana, get ready for the ultimate athletics showdown. The African Senior Athletics Championship is coming home. Let's go, baby!
the 24th Africa Athletics Championship happening here in Accra. So from the 12th of May to the 17th, the University of Ghana Sports Complex, Lagos, will become the battleground where Africa's finest champions go head-to-head in thrilling track and field competition. All of the global stars will be here, including Ghana's very own sprint stars Benjamin Azamati, Abdul Rashid Saminu, and a host of others. This is speed, this is power, this is pride, this is Africa competing at its highest level. The 24th Senior Africa Athletics Championship, Feel the Heat, Champions Within Africa, is powered by the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, the Confederation of African Athletics, and the Ghana Athletics Association. Be there, feel it live, witness history, and feel the heat.
My steps are guided by Jehovah, and my mama looking over. Yes, we rest by in order, and that is the law of the land.
So attention to all parents of first year SHS boarding students, because EduPack, the Ghana Education Service approved and supported national SHS initiative implemented by Prospectus Ghana, is now in progress across the country. Parents across the country are already registering so that their children's trunk, Macintosh mattresses and pillows, as well as plastic chop boxes, will be ready and waiting at their school before reporting day. Do not delay and be caught in the usual last-minute market rush. With EduPack, your child does not need to travel to school with these 4 essential items. Register simply by dialing *713 *821 hash, or visit any ADB branch, or go to www.edupackgh.com. Make payments, keep your receipt, and present it on opening day to collect all your child's EduPack items. With EduPack, registration follows you to any SHS your place. Avoid the stress, avoid the rush, prepare with confidence, all at a very affordable price. EduPack is approved and supported by the Ghana Education Service. You can call them on 0500 600 607 or 0302 955 050. EduPack, no stress, no wahala. Finally, if you're thinking of how to make this Mother's Day truly special, you've got to listen up, because the Achimota Retail Center is bringing you something exciting this May with their Super Mom celebration. And trust me, this is one that your mom will absolutely love. And so on the 10th of May, you can treat your mom to a VIP experience package, a full day out just for her. We're talking shopping, dining, pampering, and amazing rewards all in one place. So instead of the usual, why not give your mom a complete experience, something she'll actually remember? And here's what you need to do. Contact Linda on 024 747 1907 for your VIP experience package gift voucher, and you're off to give your super mom a great experience to shop a wide range of products. Head to the Achimota Retail Center, get involved, and make this May all about the people who matter most. The Achimota Retail Center, and your vibes in Kwan.
We all know.
9:14. It's time for us to get into that big conversation for you here on the 3FM Sunrise.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
Our guest in studio this morning is Dr. Hannah Louisa Bisiu. She is the administrator of the Minerals Development Fund and also the NDC's National Women Organizer. Joining us in studio Yes, I'm going to get a correction, and so I know I'm going to mention the full name. You don't have to. You don't have to correct me, dog. I will make the corrections in and of myself on the show right now, so that I get it right. And so let me do that right away. In terms of a correction in the name, Dr. Hannah Louisa Besiu Kote is my guest in studio. Doc, good morning to you.
Good morning.
I trust that all is well.
God has shown me mercy and my joy is full.
Absolutely. I love it when people are very spiritual and you come off as one as
I don't
well.
know whether it's spiritual, but...
Or a strong sense or a strong connection with God.
I'm a strong Christian. I'm a strong follower of Christ. Yeah.
You wear two hats these days. Elroy.
Yes.
You wear two hats these days. One being the MDF administrator and the National Women's Organizer of the NDC. Which of these positions gives you a sleepless night and you say you go to bed thinking about?
I want to say good morning to your viewers, and I believe you are streaming live, so to your
absolutely,
and to your listeners as well, your viewers and your listeners. National Women's Organizer and Mineral Development Fund. Both positions are positions where I'm required to serve multitude. So I don't see any of them as probably bigger than the other in terms of service to humanity. And so by the grace of God, since 1992, I'm the first National Women's Organizer to have won elections twice. And so since 2018, I've been serving in this capacity, and I call it an interesting school. I think that it's a humbling opportunity, and so I don't see anything that says, okay, this is something that you can do or you can't handle. It's been by the mercy and grace of Roy, but and also Mineral Development Fund. It's I call it the food soya or the grassroots fund, in the sense that it's a fund that is required to take care of all mining communities in our country. And so it's a fund that, takes you into deep thinking. And I'll compare it to the women's wing. When you see women in certain situation, and it's not just women, when you see children, it takes you into deep thinking. What can I do to help humanity? What can I do in this position that I have? So to say that it gives me sleepless night, I don't know, but I'll say that it gives me a lot to think about, a lot to create and recreate, a lot to analyze and so on and so forth. So I don't call that sleepless night. I call it a humbling opportunity and a privilege to serve. Yeah.
Right. You've pretty much touched on the MDF and what they do. When you say you take care of mining communities, what do you mean? Because if there is one thing that has been up in the conversations in relation to mining, is the fact that a lot of our mining communities don't look like minerals are extracted from there.
Unfortunately. And the Mineral Development Act, now until 2016, was actually established by His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. And in March, actually. And so I usually, when I talk about Mineral Development Fund and the vision with which His Excellency established it, I go back to the Cocoa Roads. Okay, so Cocoa Roads, I was a member of Parliament when His Excellency brought the whole concept of Cocoa Roads, where he said that Ghana made so much from cocoa, and it was time for part of what we get from the cocoa and the process we get to go back to the communities where we produce, cocoa. And so Cocoa Roads was established. And I do remember when some of our colleagues from the other side were saying, okay, some of the roads that His Excellency it was in a budget to be constructed under the cocoa roads, were no cocoa producing, towns. But these are roads where the trucks that actually cut the cocoa from the farms ply onto the port. So it made a lot of sense that whilst we ply the road and then the roads are destroyed because of the weight, we should use some of the proceeds to actually construct right from the farm, the communities, the road to the Tema port, where this product will be exported. The same way, I believe that same outlook that he came up with the Mineral Development Fund. As you said, minerals are extracted and the minerals is not infinite. It definitely will get finished. And so when people come into our communities and they just take and don't give back to us, then we look the opposite of what is taken out of our communities. And so a Mineral Development Fund was set up to redress any negative impact that mining has on our communities and the people who live in these communities, to also create alternative livelihood, to also go into research and support mining activities and mining works. And so, and also make investments that will also support the community development and go into skill training and all other things. And so for the fund, that is what it was established for. No, unfortunately, we did not operationalize it until 2025 when we came to office, because just when it was established and it was, still sucking mommy's milk, we left office.
And it was not operationalized until you returned
by
again.
us, but it was operationalized by the previous administration.
The previous
Yes,
administration.
yes.
Now, you receive levies from licensed mining operations, but
okay, so we were 20% of mineral royalties. It's brought, allocated to Mineral Development Fund, for various distributions and then development as well.
Of the operations, because communities are the heart and center of this, where lies your oversight in terms of matters in relation to illegal mining within these communities? Because for where mining companies exist, there's a tendency for illegal mining as well to operate and permeate. Where lies your supervisory jurisdiction on that front, before I get into your personal fight as well, because we've seen you
anything that represents negativity, negative impact in the community and on the people is part of us. So when you go to the community and you destroy their water bodies, you've touched MDF. When you go to the community and you destroy their farms, you touch MDF. When you go to the communities and you destroy their schools by mining behind schools, the school park, and sometimes in front of hospitals, sometimes, some of these indigenous people are brutalized and their properties taken, or traumatized, you've touched MDF. So anything that said we should redress any negative impact. So any form of negative impact on our communities and the people who live in these communities, you have actually walked into the office of MDF.
And that's why we saw you, or we've seen you in the forest in the dead of the night on activities going after illegal miners.
Surprising enough, those days that I was going, it wasn't, you think it's a forest. No, but when you go to the communities where we farm, I'm from a village. Okay, so I'm a village champion. And I'm not that child who grew up in the city with all those. I grew up in the village, going to farm, doing all the things that any village child would do today. So I know the village. Okay, so when you see my house, and behind my house, we have forests or we have farms and what have you. It does not make it a forest. Okay, so where you saw us were actually the farms and the communities where these people live, and they are terrorized, or they were being terrorized. Students could not go to school. Students didn't want books, they wanted guns. students didn't want anything to do with education.
Right.
But all that they wanted to do was how to defend themselves. So that's how you found us there, because we realized that it's something that we came to meet, and it's something that we have to, I usually say that if a man decides to, divorce a woman, or a woman decides to divorce a man for one reason or the other, the one who replaces the one who left, you cannot give it so much excuse of what happened. You understand?
Right.
But you look for solution to the matters that you meet in that home. And so what we were doing, you are still doing it, in different ways.
I was going to ask, because in the initial part of 2025, we saw you front and center in terms of
exactly.
those clampdowns.
I wanted to give a statement that we're on the ground, and we are still on the ground.
But you no longer go personally.
I've not been there personally for some time, but it doesn't mean that I don't go. I go.
There's a concern that there were threats on your life when you started.
No, obviously there were threats. In fact, I got poisoned,
and
I survived poison. I mean, the whole of July of last year, I wasn't in the country. I had surgery, and by the grace of God, and I'm a daughter of a Roy, so that's what I said. And doctors declare me with a clean bill of health December 2025. But should that stop me? No. You understand?
So that took you off the frontal fight in terms of the communities being touched.
No, the communities are still being touched. We have Mineral Development Fund. We have a Department of Community Engagement. So we have operation, we have MCDS, we have various departments. So they are there. But usually you see leadership. I mean, sometimes you may see a president going to project sites and other. He's showing leadership. I couldn't have stayed in Accra, especially when we were about starting work and making decisions as to what to do and to decide and follow the status quo. And say, okay, you are in Accra, you think that when you go and you give a KVIP, that is the solution to illegal mining. When you go and then you give them somebody who is mining and doing illegal mining, probably may get 100 cedis a day. Let me just put it that way. A day, 100 cedis. So sometimes when you engage them, especially the laborers, okay, a day, 100 cedis. That person, you go and give the person probably a palm seedling and say plant and wait for 5 years or so to harvest. Is that what they need? Or when I give a KVIP, or when I build 1 kg or 1 boho, is that the real development? What is the development? You understand me?
Right.
So we needed to engage the community. So we started our community engagement with myself as the administrator, who is at the head of affairs of Mineral Development Fund. So that when decisions are being made, I'll not be making decisions from the books.
Absolutely.
Or decisions from what I don't know. Today, no officer can go to the field and come and tell me a different story. I know what pertains. I may not know it 100% the entirety, but I do know enough to make the right decisions that to positively impact the lives of these ones who live in these communities and the communities.
You mentioned being poisoned July of last year as a result of the activities and the fights.
I think it actually happened somewhere around June thereabout. Exactly, yeah.
How did your family take that?
It wasn't anything to share with my family. But of course with my husband.
Yes,
and exactly.
with a nuclear family, not the extended family.
Okay.
The direct family you're with, who will
we
see
did
you
a prayer
every
therapy.
day.
We believe that God, you see, it's in the Bible that when you are a child of God, when you take poison to be vitamin into your body, and it's been declared, I shall not die, I shall live to declare the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. That is my belief. And so when it happened, my husband was very supportive, and I might give a shout out to Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams. He stood with us in prayers. I remember the day I was going into surgery, we didn't even call him, we called, and we were on our way, to go on admission for surgery, and he was with us throughout, prayed with us. So for me, I don't know, just like when I was going, people said they were scared. I said, okay, I didn't feel the danger. I felt that there are people who constantly live in these communities. And, sometimes I say, go to the field and you see the dangers that they live. So if I go one day and I'm threatened and I say, okay, then that's it. I'm throwing my hands in the air. What about the person who lives there every day? What about the person who lives in these communities? And you see, there cannot be any development in any environment where there is no peace. That's why somebody said, I don't want peace, I want justice.
Yeah.
When justice comes, peace will come. When there's peace, development follows. But if there's no peace, if there's violence, if there are threats, how can you develop? So when you go there and you ask them what they need, and I looked at the faces of our little ones saying they needed guns.
The kids were telling you
Yes, they said they wanted guns. And I
themselves.
thought it was toy guns actually. But they said no, the big ones that these people, when they come, they have, because they felt a sense, they said they needed to protect, like they felt they could protect their mothers, their children. But that's what they felt. When you see an old woman walk up to you and tell you, my daughter, I have farm, but for the past 1 year I can't go to my farm because of the threats on my life. And this was an old woman. The women came. The youth, when we have young ones who have decided to do plantain, and so many acres, and over a year has not been able to step on their farm. These are things, that concern Mineral Development Fund. When the only water that they take, probably you can talk about Ofen, you can talk about Subin, you can talk about Jimmy River, you can talk about the Pra, you can talk about the Densu, you can talk about so many of these water bodies where we actually walk there and we fetch water in these communities. Or probably when we are going to farm and this water has been diverted or destroyed, then it's of concern. And pits have been left, that have become death trap, where we find, mother and 4 children died a day in a pit, where a 7-year-old boy fell in a pit behind a house and died, where we have, look, if I open my phone, sometimes, no, it's not just a complaint. When it happens, those who have my number, they'll just take a picture of the bodies and they'll send to my phone. It's like saying that this is it. So and these pits are not too far from the communities. They are not. They are really close to the schools. They are close to the areas where people will walk the pathway to their farms. And that's how come a woman and the 3 children died. So these are negative impacts. What again? When the environment is destroyed, when the water body is destroyed, when our livelihood is destroyed, it becomes negative. It destroys also education. So it's every other thing.
All facets of
exactly,
life.
But what we do is to also get into a lot of research. When now, by the grace of God, very soon we'll be publishing our first scientific paper, Mineral Development Fund, because we've now established a very strong research department headed by a very knowledgeable researcher. And so these are things, part of government efforts, putting in place to make sure that you address issues not holistically, let me put it that way.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm listening to you detail the extent of damage, not just to environment, but to life as well, and social life of these communities. And all of this is as a result of Galamsey. The NDC in opposition promised to deal a decisive blow to activities of Galamsey. You yourself have suffered some harm as a result of your fight against Galamsey. What is the government really doing about the fight, about Galamsey? And are we winning that fight per the consistent videos and pictures that are sent to your phone every now and then?
Government is winning the fight.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, exactly. I want to say this. I see, because I'm a vet doctor, I want to go back to medicine. Anytime a case comes to you and you determine that it's a chronic case, you have a chronic protocol to handle chronic cases. You can never use an acute protocol to handle a chronic case, and vice versa. Let me move from there and go to construction. And I think the typical thing that any Ghanaian can, familiarize with is the famous or infamous, is it National Cathedral?
National
What's
Cathedral.
the name? Okay. The place where we have now that man created, I don't know, dam or whatever it is, I don't know the condition right, stood houses that were built for judges. These houses were pulled down. They were destroyed. It didn't take one day to build those houses. It took some time, but it took a day to bring these houses down. Now, any effort to rebuild even the same houses or to repair what is there, it's not the same effort that you can put in destroying. Okay, our forest reserves have been destroyed. Communities, our farms, our river bodies have been destroyed. Government has taken the concerted, approach, so engaging everybody and everyone else to make sure that with this effort, together with determination, unity, we'll be able to build it. You say we are not winning, it's 1 year in office. And I think that even from my end, we have actually championed a lot of restoration of some of our farmlands, okay? And government has now put in, we've realized that giving, let's say saying, we are giving you seedlings, so stop mining. It doesn't yield.
I know that's a big project. You're doing something in terms of Tree for Life and all of that.
No, Tree for Life is all these things. You see, you can't. It's not restoring the livelihood. We are restoring the forest, the environment, and government has put in place the NIMOS that we know. Is also another arm of the ministry in fighting the Galamsey. I'll come to you because the fight and solution. Now you cannot create when you want something to leave, you create an exit. You understand? If you create a wall, they will hit the wall and they'll fight back. And so as we push them, what is the exit plan for them? The exit plan is government policy direction of the corporate mining, under the
cooperative mining, and at the Minerals Commission they have the small scale mining. I think the small scale mining department of the Minerals Commission, where as we speak, MDF, for instance, we've entered into an MOU with Ghana Geological Survey, and there are some block lands or block concessions where they are going to now do the geological analysis test to know where the gold is. Why are they mining everywhere? Because they don't even know where the gold is. Once that is done, then together with the appropriate authorities, especially the small-scale mining arm of the Minerals Commission and all the different agencies, we can comfortably now direct these communities and these young ones into responsible and effective mining. So you know that this is where you are going. We are monitoring. Then we want to make sure that you don't go back into the waters. But meanwhile, that which has been destroyed needs to be repaired. So we have a system where we call it the polluter pays principle. Where the person who pollutes will have to pay.
You have to pay.
Have you got people who you?
Oh yes.
Paying?
Yes, it's working. It's working. What we do is that we put you back, or you pay for A to go and do the work.
Where in which communities are we?
Okay,
seeing
so
the
let me say that
pay,
we have when you go to the Achima Mpunya district, we've done about 200 acres. When you go to the Achimangwebeja district, we've done 50 acres. Upper Densha West, we've done 350 acres. Asante Achim Central, we have 98. When you go to Nzima East, 75. And when you go to Amansie Central District, we have approximately 600 acres, and we're starting some new ones somewhere else.
So these are lands that are being reclaimed.
Exactly. So when I say the acres, they've been done.
So the acres you speak to, they've been reclaimed.
Yes. And when if you journalists come to our office with the community engagement and with our corporate affairs and the operation, they can take you to the field for you to see. And then there are places where we are planting trees, but you see, you do that also with the community to know what they want. And it interests you to know that some communities want to plant trees, commercial trees. You understand? But aside that, as we when we finish with the geological survey and they give us the data of the blocked out concessions that the small scale mining department of Minerals Commission has given to Mineral Development Fund, then we can also now allocate these to the communities, and they'll be directed, aided, taught how to do proper, safe mining so that they can gain. And we know that what they gain will go back to the communities. Meanwhile, we will also be doing other developmental projects, because you see, we realize that the solution is not just the tree planting. What is the exit plan for them? How do they survive? And so when government is doing all these things, and trust me, government has now, why is it now doing the cooperative mining of the communities? Because we realize I can't be in my village and then you come mine and you tell me I can't mine. I should just go into tree planting. But when you help me, I'll be able to mine, get the gold, sell, make a living, and also protect my environment. So that is something like what President Mahama Yokada, people were talking. I said, look, we cannot control, you don't know them, but the best way is to register them, regularize them, then you know how many Okadas you have. And then they know that they have to, act responsibly and all those things. So these are some of the things that we've done. There's the blue water guard.
There's a blue water guard as well.
And you see, people say, they started seeing some level of, clean water now, but sometimes you have a very long stretch. That's why I said, look, it needs, of course, we want a concerted effort. We need a concerted effort in this fight against Galamsey, but we also need unity, and the one trying to rebuild that which has been destroyed need to be encouraged, and not saying that you cannot say that no, but I do also sometimes understand that when people have seen so much and they don't like it, and they have somebody come in, we just want everything to happen overnight. But as I said, any chronic case that is handled with an acute protocol, that doctor is meant to kill whoever he or she is taking care of.
But is it not also because of the sort of promises which were made when you were in opposition as to how well you would deal with Galamsey? And I was looking to ask as well how much support you are receiving at the Minerals Development Fund, even in your small effort in dealing with Galamsey as well, because there are some who even suggest that you may have been asked to stop all of the operations by a higher up authority within the government, and that's why you stopped as
right
well.
Now we actually
is that support in your own endeavor to fight Galamsey?
Exactly. So now we have a combined effort between Mineral Development Fund, National Security, and NIMOS and Forestry Commission that working together to make sure that's the task force. That is the move out and arrest, take equipment, take to court, take this. We are doing all that. Then we are also looking at the collaborative effort that we have with geological survey, and very soon we'll be entering one also with the small scale mining, department directed of the Mineral Commission, and we have some with the Forestry Commission, so that we can all collaboratively fight this and say, okay, I'm holding here, you are holding there, let's stitch here, let's sit there, whilst those who have to clear, they are clearing. So let me go back to this. Forgive me, I'm a Cuban trained, so let me just use this example. So when you have mines, and I'm not mentioning the country, but whilst we were in Cuba, there was a group of refugees that they brought. And these refugees were picked, they were children who were picked from another country. And it's not a beautiful example, but in their own mind, that's what they did. So there were mines. And of course, let me even use this Iran, US war. I think that's a good one. You hear President Trump saying they have mine sweepers. Okay, and of course, my husband is a Navy, of course, retired. He served 25 and a half years. He retired just last December by the grace of God. And so I'll ask him, so then it's okay. They have mine sweepers. Okay, so once you have the mine sweepers and you want to cross, the mine sweepers will go and sweep and destroy any mine, so that if you have soldiers,
they can go in.
Okay, so let's look at 9 months with the national security and all
as mine sweepers,
as a mine sweepers who will clear the illegal ones. But as you clear our young ones out of that place, for them, some of them not to say, okay, you've sacked me from here, I'm going there, and they know that no, there is a solution where I can be a portion of a concession, and I'll be helped, directed, educated to mine responsibly, away from the water bodies, the community, and everything else. Then yes, I will not be here where there's trouble. I'm going there, and when I dig, I cover, I plant.
Absolutely. In terms of the work that you do at MDF, how much funding? So obviously you mentioned the sources and all that, but are you receiving enough to do all of the projects that you're undertaking? And how far do you want to take the Minerals Development Fund? Because this is, like you mentioned, it was kick-started by the current president during his first term, and then it was actually actualized by...
I'm laughing when you say an amount of money you need. Even if I receive everything, the nation Ghana cannot have all the money that Ghana needs for Ghana's developmental projects. So that is where...
You're working within your means.
Exactly. So when it's given, you work within. And you come. We have a lot of innovative and creative ideas that we're bringing, so that there will be funds that will come into the fund, because obviously, see, the amount of damage that has been done. If government should give us 100% of the royalties, and now with this destruction all over the country, you still will not be able to do it. Just take it. Look at everything that is happening in our country. Government has money, so that's why I'm saying that Ghana government itself cannot have all the money that is required to actually prop Ghana to the level that president will want to bring it. So it requires, discipline and creativity, thinking outside the box, and still making that positive impact and moving on. So we know that if this one comes and you add on, then you can have the big picture. There's a saying that Rome was not built in one day, but it started. And a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step. So I think that government, that's why when you say, no, we are not losing the fight. Actually, government is winning the fight. Because I know that when we go on the field, there are places where you see, people who have licenses to mine. And usually I say, my turn of illegal mining is not someone who has license or doesn't have license. The fact that you have license to drive does not mean you can drive into a crowd. And then you tell them, I'm licensed to drive anyhow. No. So I determine a Mineral Development Fund. We did our own definition of illegal mining is that person who irresponsibly mines. When I say irresponsibly mines, you destroy our forests, you destroy our water bodies, you destroy the schools, you destroy the clinics, you destroy the villages, you open pits, you don't cover pits, and all those things. So that to us, you are an illegal element. In fact, you are an environmental terrorist. That's how we see you. And so where do I want to take
in terms of your legacy?
In terms of the legacy, I want that by the grace of God, up to where God will take me, or where up to where God will take me, the Mineral Development, where He determines and the President determines. I want to be remembered as one. I administrator of the grassroots fund, that's the Mineral Development Fund, who actually put plans and programs in place to kickstart the real and true development of our communities from a comprehensive angle, from a research point.
Right.
And also having actually now made the Mineral Development Fund a proper corporate body, that it's when you go to our communities, it's felt, it's seen, and that the works of MDF will be felt, seen, palpable on the ground.
Right.
And that's why we are not just sitting there, but we are having a lot of, MOUs with other government agencies. When we see that, okay, we can benefit mutually, then we come. When we see that can benefit mutually, then we come. And that's why they are releasing concessions, government, and that's the other thing, the local content that government has put. It's all part of the government effort, to shift us away from the illegal mine. Because if I have, I'll not be illegal. If I'm aided, I'll not be illegal. If I'm taught, I'll not be illegal. You understand me? So all these ones, that's why we are entering into all these partnership with Geological Survey and also with Mincom and Forestry Commission,
Right.
and in all the other agencies. Yeah.
Let's switch from Minerals Development Fund to your position as National Women's Organizer of the NDC. I asked a question before we came on, and you smiled greatly. There's impending elections, an election which is coming, and there's a lot of talk about it. Will you be seeking to maintain the position as National Women's Organizer of the NDC, or you be aiming for higher?
You know why I smile. I told you that I'm the first
to have won 2 elections.
So to me, I don't take that for granted.
Right.
And I was voted for by women. In both elections, I say that I was in the 400 plus. And there have been elections where some of the deputies may have more votes than the men. But by the special grace of God, in both elections, all the 2 deputies, they were in their 200s.
Right.
Okay? Even though I've witnessed elections of women organizers where there are 2 deputies, but one deputy will have more votes than the main women's
You
organizer.
always get more votes.
I always get over 200 votes over any of the deputies, so I don't take that for granted. Now, I have these women, and all of a sudden, when they hear my next level, whether I'm going, I'm not going, whether I'm doing this, I'm not doing politics, within the party, they'll hear it on air. I don't think it to be respectful to them. I've met with the regional women organizers and their deputies, and God willing, very soon I will be meeting with the constituency women organizers, and we will also be having, before the constituency election, be having exit conference of all the women organizers, and there I respectfully announced to the women who made me National Women's Organizer since 2018 what my next step will be. I think I owe that respect and honor to these women of honor, these women who fought so much, these women who stood with me, stood with their party, and brought this government to power.
You're described as the Queen of Kings by a cross-section of individuals. Will that description be a stepping stone for you to become possibly the first woman chair of the NDC, or possibly lead as the presidential candidate of the NDC into a general elections and win it?
In this world, when there's a big tree to climb, anybody to climb, or no, let me even move from the tree, but I'll just say anything that is there for you to hold on, you can hold and climb to the top. And again, when you go to school, I remember when I was in school and I saw my grandmother, and she said, I was not gonna, when I think I asked her for something, then she said, I told her, when I finish school, I'll come and take care of you. Then she said, by the time you finish, I'll be there. Then I said, no, Grandma, I'll be finishing soon. Because I thought by the time I finish, let's say, the primary, whatever, that mindset. Then she said, no, that's where it dawned on me. But it didn't even dawn on me that time. As I grew up, So anybody who goes to school, and today we still have people, pursuing, wanting to be doctors, and some get doctorates, and they want to be professors, they want to be all those things. So in any career that you pursue, it should be a career where you seek to go higher. I always tell people.
So president or chairman, which one will it be?
No. I've not made a decision. You asked a question, and I'm just doing that general analysis for you. That I'm not the type who say, oh no, I want to be. No, I don't want to be a stagnant politician. I don't want to be a stagnant woman. I don't want to be a stagnant wife. I don't want to be a stagnant mother. Stagnancy is not in my dictionary. And I tell people, when you come to MDF, you find some of the very, very young.
But these are higher positions. So it doesn't look like you'll be stagnant if you are the chairman.
What I'm saying is that I will not tell you that, I don't want to be chairman. I don't want to be this.
Okay,
what I'm trying to tell you is that I have not made any decision because I pray a lot and I love always to do what God wants me to do. So if God brings a stone and says this is what I want you to step on and jump, then I'm sure that once I step on that stone and I jump, I can read the skies. And so that is what I do, and that is what I look up to, and my eyes are always on Roy, his direction. Because remember that when you are running with speed with that direction, you are running into your pain and your hurt. But when you have good direction and you are speeding, you know you are going to your destination. And that is what I want to. And respectfully, if I have to, my next level, like from today to tomorrow in the political party, I think I owe it as a duty as that national men's organizer that these women have honored to, go to them and talk to them before I can say anything on air.
Absolutely. Doc, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you this morning.
The pleasure is mine. Thank you for having me.
Right, that's Dr. Hannah Louisa Bisiu Kote.
Kote, and my Kote is from
he's a proud Bleobi.
Yes, my husband. My husband is a proud. I'm a proud Bleobi wife and a proud wife of a U.S. Navy veteran. So he served 25 and a half years and 6 days. So I'm very proud of him, and I always tell him, thank you for your service. I'm glad he's out because I'll be shaking by now. No, I'll be shaking by now. You don't know when they'll call you back. I'll be shaking by now. But I really wish all our gallant soldiers, Ghanaians on peacekeeping, those in Lebanon, those caught in the battlefront, I really, really wish them well, and I pray to God that India are protected, and what is needed for the war to cease, to come by, and the world to be a better place for all of us to live.
Absolutely. Doc, like I mentioned, a pleasure speaking to you this morning, and thank you very much.
The pleasure is mine. Thanks
coming.
For having me.
Right, that's Dr. Hannah Louisa Bisiu Kote. She is the administrator of the Minerals Development Fund, joining us this morning. A few birthdays on our list just before we run out of the studio. A happy birthday to Michael Ni Kpakpo Alote. This one is coming from your father. That's the former. That's a current mayor's son.
Michael Ni Kpakpo Alote bears the same name with the mayor of Accra.
So Junior, though this is Junior. Ni Kpakpo Alote Junior. This is
from Sempe. And
from
Doc
your
was
dad.
Just telling you about Asren Joshi and the rest. And this is Michael Ni Kpakpo Alote, the mayor of Accra.
Happy birthday to you, little one. Today is also the birthday of Nasi.
Nasi Fitonium. Nasi song.
So one Nasi song is what we'll end with. Happy birthday.
Captain Kojo Smarto has his birthday today. They are my big brothers and my children.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Then there's a special birthday as well to Mrs. Linda Ajamli of Ho. It's from Mr. and Mrs. Kote and the family. They say God
Right.
continue to bless you. Then there's a happy birthday as well to Vinette Labette of UCC.
Right.
God bless you from Claudius. Ivan.
Ivan Parkwesi Obrimpong Hughes.
This one I left it for you.
No. This guy is a great guy. You know, this guy actually goes to the headmistress's office to read newspapers in the morning. He's taken after me. But Ejuma, no holiday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I love him so well. I wish him all the best. I pray that he will grow in grace and glory and he will glow as well.
Absolutely.
Happy birthday to you. Sharp guy.
Amen.
Sharp guy
and
by all
amen
standards.
and
Yeah.
Happy birthday to you, Obrimpong. From all of us here on the 3FM Sunrise as well.
Dr. Rashid
glorious.
Pelpo.
Yes, Obrimpong shares his birthday with very
Hey.
great individuals. Dr. Rashid Pelpo as well is the Labor and Employment Job Relations Minister.
He's a big man.
Today is his birthday as well. Happy birthday.
Happy
To
birthday
him
to him.
as well. Then the last one is to Prophet Israel.
Yeah.
Ashley. Is it Ashley or Ashley?
Ashley.
He's the founder of the True Spirit of God Ministries. May God grant you long life and prosperity. It's from your children.
Right.
Happy birthday to you
Right.
as well. We're ending
Phil,
with
what are you playing?
one
Separate,
Nasi.
separate, or you are playing?
One
What
Nasi song.
What Nasi song are you playing?
Aseda.
Ah, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're ending with one great tune from Nasi. That's it from all of us on the show today. We're back again, God willing, tomorrow with another exciting edition. Big thanks to DJ Phil, Sixtus Don Ullo, Fredo Kunzo Tiani, Ethel, all of the guys on.
Corey
is around today.
Janet Kwesing, the missing producer who has vanished. She doesn't wear her spectacles these days. And Princess. She doesn't like the princess name.
But we will continue to call her.
We'll call her Princess Trevor.
Yes. From all of us, enjoy.
So
FM 92.7. Urban Lifestyle Radio Station.
Hello, it's now time for the news updates with me, Christabel Success Treve. Minister for Health Kwabena Mintah Kando says Ghana is determined to reduce its dependence on foreign aid, insisting that future partnerships must come with no strings attached. He made this remark while clarifying Ghana's position on the rejection of the United States health deal.
We believe in Ghana that African nations, African countries must take their own destiny into their own hands. We should be able to expand or invest in the health sector. It's very critical. It does not necessarily mean that we don't need partnership. Health sovereignty does not mean isolation, but we need isolation, purposeful partnership, and then we need that partnership without strings attached. Ghana is willing and ready to invest domestically in where we need or where it's needed most. Last year, for example, our budget for the vaccine stood around $24 million. We had the money to invest in it. This year, our budget is around $49 million. We are investing in it because it's public good. Next year is increasing. So we are investing where it is needed most. Investing in vaccines is non-negotiable, and it's a public good that irrespective of whatever happens per our economy, we need to invest in our health sector.
Kwabena Mintah Kando is Health Minister. You can get all of these on our website, 3news.com. My name is Christabel. Success Trevor. 3 Lounge is up next.
Your finest tunes in sync with a soothing voice. 3 Lounge with AJ.
Are you tired of the same old routine? Need a break from the stress